Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Tom Rayleigh. Our scenario is called Finger Biter. It was written by Michael Labossiere, and you can find it in the Call of Cthulhu Miskatonic repository and at Drive-Thru RPG. I am your game master, and this is a long one-shot, the 5th version that we have produced. But before we begin, let's acknowledge 2 new patrons. Mariah Million has contributed $2 a month, and Tracy Lackey has contributed $3 a month. Every single dollar is appreciated. Once again, thanks Mariah and Tracy. So without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. Our story begins on a pleasant June evening in 1923. In the well-appointed parlor of Arthur Webb. Earlier today, he received a card handed to you by a message boy. On one side was an illustration of a hand inked in black. On the other side, the number 730 and the letters AW. What this meant to you was clear. Arthur was calling a meeting of the Hidden Hand this evening at 7:30. It was not like him to call such an impromptu meeting, so it must be urgent. You arrived at his house and were greeted warmly. No one said anything about the Hidden Hand, as was customary, until everyone had arrived. After being served light refreshments, everyone stopped talking and focused on the host, who was ready to begin. You all noticed he was holding a rather fancy piece of sea green stationery. As he stood up looking at you rather intensely.
My esteemed friends and fellow club members of the Hand, I received a most distressing letter from an old friend of mine. I have it here. My dear Arthur, it's been quite a while since last we corresponded, and I hope this letter finds you in good health. My dear friend, I need your immediate help. I am in serious peril. I cannot turn to the local authorities as they would think me mad and have me locked up. What I need is someone with an open mind and a talent for solving mysteries. In case you didn't know, I am no longer living in Massachusetts. I began a personal journey some months ago to conduct genealogical research on my family. This has ultimately led me to the small village of Dunval in northern Scotland. My research has been difficult, and now I have met with a terrible accident. At first, I was dismissive of the gravity of my experience, but now I know the foulness is undeniable. I must ask your help in this matter, for I feel that you are the only one who might save me from this horror. If you can, bring assistance. Some members of your club who might be able to discover what is happening to me and how to stop it. I am currently residing at the Scunnard Hart Inn in Dunval. Come quickly, please. Sincerely, Clarence McDougall. Clarence, he's a very old friend of mine. I haven't seen him for quite some time, 7 years.
So how long have you had this letter?
It arrived earlier this morning in the mail, and I quickly sent out invitations for this meeting.
And this friend of yours is, so you've been friends for quite a while, and so this is something that you take pretty seriously then?
Yes. I can tell you a little bit about Clarence. He came from a wealthy American family of Scottish descent, which makes sense because he's currently in Scotland right now. He's never been married. Although he would go to social gatherings with young women, they never really developed into any lasting relationships. He would always seem uncomfortable around women.
Okay.
But we do have a mystery on our hands.
Quite an intriguing one at that.
Yes.
Scotland.
No further details, though. It seems kind of a vague letter.
Are there any other markings or symbols on the other side of the
Nothing.
paper?
Why don't you let Lestrade have a look at it? He's a detective, or Hayworth.
Of course, Lestrade. Knock yourself out.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the letter.
Yeah.
Do I spot anything unusual that jumps out.
Do a spot hidden for me.
I've definitely passed. That's a hard pass.
Okay. Your keen intellect and detection shows that it's written by a man who seems to be in great distress. There's a lot of stress present in the handwriting. There's some shakiness too. The paper itself is very expensive stationery, which would indicate that he does have money. But other than that, that would lead you to believe that whatever he means here is sincere, that he is in distress.
Well, young Charles, I do believe that his correspondence is quite genuine. I believe we have quite a mystery afoot.
Agree.
Well, I suppose it'd be a drive that will take a few hours.
If you drive, it will take about 13 and a half hours. Here is the location that you'll be going to. If you take a train, you will take the Flying Scotsman from London to York to Edinburgh and up to Inverness. And then from Inverness, you will take a smaller train all the way up to a little town called Halhane. And then from Halhane, you would have to take a bus.
I do believe we're overdue for a holiday, Charles.
This is going to be quite a hike. Well, first thing we're going to have to do is tell Lucy at the office that we're going to be gone for an extended period of time and to hold our calls.
I don't want my friends to worry about money, so I can front the payments for the train as well as the bus.
Yes, let's take the train. I despise those mechanical Jacobins, automobiles.
Well, I appreciate your generosity, Arthur.
Of course. The best of my friends.
Because travel for all of us is going to be quite a considerable cost.
I do believe it will be a first-class sleeper, correct?
Of course.
Right. Well, let's see. What sort of schedule does anybody have? How short a notice can you guys have before we just take off? I'm going to have to wrap up a few things at the office before I can go. It shouldn't take me very long.
I have no pressing matters. The sooner the better.
The soonest you could catch a train would be tomorrow midday. So between now and then, what preparations would you like to make?
I'm just going to go back to our detective agency office and tell our clerk, Lucy, the plan of where we're headed and to basically clear our appointments until we get back and to just take messages for us.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Charles to ask Lucy as well if she can find any maps of the local area for us so we can be pre-prepared.
Sure. I might have some around the house. If not, I'll have her pick a couple up.
What Lucy is able to find when she does is that there are mostly, the Highlands are not well detailed in roads and maps. However, there are a lot of ruins and castles and things like that that tourists do go to see. They're all over the place. But there doesn't seem to be any particular one in Dunval. There might be, but it's not of any great note. The only thing that it shows is it shows Dunval's about 10 miles from Halhane, and it's a dirt road. It's mostly farm country.
It is Scotland. I mean, at least we'll have good whiskey.
Sure.
And perhaps after we resolve this, we can go to a country club.
I'll head to the London Library and try to find something on the genealogy of the MacDougals, especially referring to the northern Scottish area.
Okay. When you go there and you look through the library, you find nothing.
So there are no major bloodlines in the history.
Well, there are mentions of, a merchant family, MacDougall, in the 1700s, but it's barely a mention.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll take the book with me anyway.
Okay. From the letter, it seemed to indicate that Clarence was having difficulty finding information on his family, so it wouldn't have been as easy as going to a library.
I will spend the rest of my day packing my things,
Okay.
Especially for country club activities like skeet shooting,
Cool.
golf.
I heard they had good stag hunting up there.
I'll take a double barrel.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe that gun laws were a problem for hunting. I don't think you could carry a regular weapon with you, but you could definitely carry a shotgun out in the country. All right. So next day comes, you guys are all packed together. You go down to the train station and you get on the Flying Scotsman. It's a long trip. It takes you about 14 hours going through York and Edinburgh and Inverness. When you get to Inverness, you have to then take another train, the Shinlady Highland line, that takes you to Halhane. That's another 3-hour trip. You then, once you're in Halhane is a small town with, a handful of streets and avenues crisscrossing. And there's old, quaint parts of it, and there's a little bit more modern parts of it, on Main Street and so forth. And there are, the kind of people you'd expect to see out in the countryside like that. There is a bus that goes a couple times a day to Dunval, which is just 15 minutes away. You could walk. That would take a lot longer. Or you could rent a car or, ask somebody if they would drive you. So we'll say you're in Halhane. How would you like to handle that?
I'd like to rent a car just to have free reign, not be confined to any schedules for buses or anything else.
Okay.
It's nice to have money.
It is.
It is. So you do that, and you go along the bumpy dirt road and finally come to Halhane. To Dunval. It's nighttime as you're arriving. The darkness, it's not late. It's just, maybe about 7 o'clock. But in Scotland, it seems actually it's summer, so it wouldn't. The sun is still on the horizon as you're coming into the town. You see there are very few buildings here. There is a general store. There is a pub, inn, that definitely has a second story to it, so there are rooms available. We assume that you call the head so that they would have a place for you to stay there.
Lucy
do they
is
have a
very
phone?
meticulous.
What's that?
Do they have a phone?
You don't know until you get inside. Probably this time of the world, they would have a phone. You can also see just a little ways off in the distance with the dark, purpley red sky in the background, that there is a mound, a kind of a hill that does seem to have some ruins on it, but the ruins are pretty dilapidated. It's not like a castle that you could walk around. It's more like a big pile of blocks.
Mhm.
There is also a very big stone church, built in the style, looks like a Catholic church, big old Catholic church. It dominates the scene. It's bigger than you would expect for a small farming community. Very Gothic looking sort of structure. You pull into the parking lot next to the Sundered Heart Inn, sorry. And you get out, you go to the front door, and you can hear there's some noise coming from inside as you open the door. It's warm inside. There's a fire going in a large fireplace. There are a few people sitting at tables, eating some food, drinking, laughing, carrying on. There is a rather burly looking gentleman behind the bar, probably that serves as the concierge. Well, it's concierge, what a word. The innkeep. And he's wiping the table, as you always see them. He sees you come in and he says, gentlemen, you're the fellows from London.
Yes, good evening.
Please come inside. He moves from behind the bar over to the sort of reception desk. There's also a big stairway, going up to the upstairs. He says, I've got this under the name Arthur Webb. Would that be you?
Yes, that would be me.
Excellent. There's 5 of you. I've got 3 rooms. Is that acceptable? They're
Yes, it's
fairly
fine,
big
right?
rooms. All right. So what are you coming up here for?
I'm here to meet up with a friend. Is a Clarence McDougal staying here?
You say that name and he's like, oh, Clarence. Oh, he's here. Are you here to take him back away?
I'm here to check on him.
Well, he's in room 2 upstairs. And as he says that, all of a sudden, sounding down the stairs, you can hear somebody upstairs suddenly yell out, "Oh God! Oh!" like that.
Innkeep, that wouldn't happen to be Clarence, would it?
Yeah, that's Clarence. Says he was injured. He's got his hand all bandaged up. You can go up and see him, but he makes a hell of a racket. Disturbs the other guests. But what can I do? I can't throw the man out.
Huh.
We'll
Sounds
see
like-
what we can do. Let's
Sounds
go
like-
drop off our bags, gents.
All right.
Yeah, we'll go tie in with Clarence, see how he's doing, what he's making a fuss about, and we'll settle into our rooms. Reginald and I can bunk together.
It'd be like the good old days.
Sure will. Beats a trench.
That's dreadful.
All right. The rooms are fairly, they're clean. They're not huge, but it's country inn. There's only one bathroom down at the end of the hall for you all to use.
I'm claiming a room for myself.
You're
I
paying.
thought as much.
I mean, you determine how many rooms we have.
And John will have the privilege of staying with me.
Sure.
But I'm going to go to Mr. McDougal immediately.
So you've put your stuff in your rooms, and occasionally you hear a moan or a cry from room number 2.
Yeah, I'll follow Jan.
I will fall in as well.
Well, he's your friend, Arthur.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
We will knock on the door.
Okay.
Clarence.
You knock on the door. You can hear steps coming towards the door. And the door opens. And just inside the door, there's a young man. You'd say he's probably about 25 years old. He's dressed very smartly in a suit. His hair is neatly kept. He has no facial hair. And he says, yes, is one of you Arthur?
Yes, that would be me. And you are?
I'm David Zuckerman. I'm his assistant. Please come inside. And he opens up the door, and what you see is you see a man in bed, about the same age as Arthur. He's got himself kind of covered up, but you can see that his left hand is bandaged. There are empty whiskey bottles here and there, and there's a half-drunk glass of whiskey on his nightstand, and he is moaning and sort of rocking back and forth. It's like, oh God, it's so bad. What can I do?
Clarence, my friend, I'm here.
He says, Arthur?
Yes.
Arthur, is that you?
In the flesh.
My God, you actually came. I'm so pleased. My God, Arthur, it's terrible.
What is ailing you?
David Zuckerman, he says, I'm going to go downstairs and get something to eat if you will take care of him until I get back.
Very well.
And he leaves. So you're all in there. He says, Arthur, I told you in my letter, I came here. Oh my God. I came here to find out about my ancestors. Did you see that big pile of rocks up on the hill near the village? Apparently that was my ancestors. Oh God.
Are you okay?
It's just that it hurts. Oh my God, it hurts so bad.
No, I'm a doctor.
Let me continue while I can. Now he's obviously a little drunk. He's slurring his words. He says, I came here with David in order to see what I could find. And on the first night that we got here, I wanted to go and see the old ruin. And something came out of the shadows, something big. It was dark. I couldn't see it. It came out of the shadows and oh my God, it bit off my finger.
Excuse me?
God.
It tore it right off, but that's not the thing. That's not the thing at all. The doc, David took me to Halhane to see the doctor, and he stitched it up, and I told him I could still feel it. And the doc told me it was nonsense, but Arthur, I can still feel it, and something is gnawing on it. He's quite shaken up.
That's not
horrifying.
In the war, horrible things happened, and I don't know why the doctor kind of talked to you like you were crazy.
He told me it was phantom limb syndrome.
This is what I would call it.
It's not just itchy. It's, my God, something is chewing on it. And I can feel it.
Wait, you mean to say that you're not feeling like you still have a finger on your hand?
I feel it as if it were here.
But that something's chewing on.
Something. You don't think I'm insane. That's why I couldn't say anything. People will think I'm mad, but my God, find my finger, bring it back. And he's obviously quite drunk.
Could I roll psychology to see if this is phantom pain or not?
Well, I wouldn't tell you that, but go ahead and roll psychology.
Okay. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, it's a hard pass.
Okay. He believes what he's saying. He's genuinely, sweatingly, shakingly believes this.
I'm going to...
Interesting.
If you want to look at it, you'll have to unwrap the bandages.
Yeah.
Reggie.
I'm going to ask Mr. Yan to examine what's left of the finger.
Of course. I'll go ahead and unwrap his hand with his permission and take a look.
Right. He tries, he seems a little relieved that you're here, but every once in a while, he suddenly completely tenses up as if he's feeling extreme pain in that hand. You unwrap it, and in your assessment, you would think that the current outer clean dressing is a little unprofessional. Probably it's been changed by David, would be your guess. But once you get down to it, the dressing on the hand is professional. A doctor did this. And yeah, his right about at the first knuckle, his finger has been completely removed. If you take the bandage the rest of the way off, it's been cleaned up by the doctor, but it doesn't show the kind of damage you'd expect from something being ripped off, more like cut off.
So it does not look as if it were bitten off?
Well, that would look like cut off.
Okay.
And this is his left or right hand?
It's his left hand.
And ring finger?
Ring finger.
Okay. Clarence, I know it pains you to talk right now, but do you have any notes on
no,
your heritage?
No, I was too eager. People warned me not to go up there in the dark, but I was too eager. I didn't have any chance to do any research. I know my family's from here. The church probably has old records.
What would they have warned you against?
Locals are superstitious. They're afraid of anything in the dark.
Sure.
They all have their fingers, so.
Arthur, your friend brought us up here to find his finger.
That's what we shall do.
I mean, it's long gone by now, right? I mean,
perhaps we should check out the ruins and to humor him.
What's he want?
I'm going to pick up the glass of whiskey, walk over to his bedside, sit down, offer him the glass, and say to him, "Don't worry, old sport. We'll find that finger of yours."
Thank you.
This is my friend Reginald.
He downs the rest of the whiskey.
The church had more records on your family, you said?
It should. I never got there. And now he's starting to drift.
Okay.
Good.
I'll leave him my Chinese opium pipe and some opium to ease his pain.
Okay.
So
Just
let
on
him
his
rest.
bedside table.
So I'm looking for information about his family. Is it safe to assume that, are we looking for the same last name or?
It depends. It would be a start.
Right.
We-
'cause
But
I
the
don't-
church would have marital records, and that would help us trace any different branches.
Yeah, because it could get pretty complex pretty fast.
We could
Well-
also ask David. Has David been employed by Mr. Clarence for the majority of his life?
Oh, you don't know who David is.
Okay.
David's new to you.
Then I suppose we should just head downstairs and ask around the bar. Let him rest.
Come, young Charles. The case is afoot. Or a
I think it's a finger.
Case of finger.
I'll head towards the church.
Okay. Realize that now it's dark.
Yeah, I'll
It's
knock.
nighttime. All right. So, well, before you get to that, you all go downstairs. There are a few more people now in the pub. They're eating. There's music playing on an old radio. And you notice David is sitting alone at a little, table, somewhat near the fire, eating some soup. Very, with this napkin nicely folded on his lap. John, you're going to go out the front door into the street.
Which one? John, yeah.
Sorry.
I'll head towards the. I take
Okay.
it there's an intact church here somewhere.
There's a big, large church.
Yeah, but that
uh,
was in ruins, right? The
No.
Gothic
The
building.
thing on the hill is just a bunch of ruins, but there is a
Oh.
large Gothic church.
Okay.
That's bigger. It stands out like a sore thumb in the town.
Yeah. They probably have someone who's still awake.
All right, so you're heading towards the church. What is everybody else doing? You come
I'd like
downstairs.
I'd like to talk to the burly owner of the building.
Okay. He introduces himself as Samuel Connors.
Pleasure to meet you, Samuel.
What can I do for you, sir?
I do have to apologize for my friend. Allow me to make it up to you. And I slide him a few bills.
Thank you very much.
Now, how long have you owned this place?
Oh, it's been in my family for a couple of generations.
Do you have any good tales, superstitions, especially about that hill over there?
That is McDougal Tower. But it fell down a long time ago. Supposedly the McDougals were once a very wealthy family, and then, like in all cases, disaster hits a family, and that's the end of that.
Disaster? What kind of disaster?
I don't really know.
Hmm.
You know how those things go. People can't be wealthy forever.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my turn.
It doesn't take much. what can I tell you? I mean, these are country folk out here. There's every kind of, wolf people in the woods and vampires in the hills, and it's all hooey and nonsense for the most part.
It's very frightening. Boogeymen in the dark.
There's old legends that maybe there's gold hidden up there on that hill, but nobody's ever found any. What's it been, 400 years?
A lot of people go up there during the day?
Not a lot. I mean, there's a walking path that goes by it. A lot of us, when we go for walks, we walk by it, but it's just a pile of old rocks, old blocks and things like that have been scattered about. Nobody goes up there at night.
What about animal attacks in the area?
I mean, the usual things, squirrels and rabbits and things like that. Nothing big.
So no bears, no wolves?
There are no bears in Scotland.
Yeah. Nothing like that.
How long had Mr. McDougall been searching around those ruins?
Oh, Mr. McDougall, he had barely arrived. He checked in with his friend over there, David, and they had barely gone up to their room when Mr. McDougall came back downstairs and told me that he was going to head over and take a look at the ruins, and I told him to be careful. I said it's lots of jagged rocks, and it's pretty dark. There's no lights over there. My guess is he caught his finger on something and got frightened and yanked it off. You'll see if you go over there in the morning and take a look around, you'll see what I mean. Lots of places where there's sharp rocks that come together and could easily slice off a finger if you're not careful.
I mean, he'd had enough liquor to convince himself that anything happened.
To be perfectly honest, and I don't mean no offense, Mr. Webb, but it's very few times I've seen a person. We're country folk. We occasionally lose an arm or a limb or something like that while we're working. We don't cry about it.
No offense taken.
But he's been up there wailing for a couple days now.
I think we'll go up tomorrow on that walking path and just poke around.
Sure. Should we go talk to David a little bit more?
Yes.
All right.
I'm going to ask the barkeep if they can do a breakfast in the morning or something like that. Possibly deliver a coffee or.
They have a hearty breakfast. Yes.
Do you happen to have a local rag or the local newspaper for the area at all?
We don't have one ourselves here, but we do get the Halhane Herald.
I will throw him a couple of bob and ask if he can deliver that in the morning when available.
Oh, well, we only get one. It's right over there, but yeah, we do get it every day. Well, it's every week, I think. We get it. But we're due a new one tomorrow.
Okay. I'll slide him some extra bulb.
Which he takes. Because why not?
Good day, good sir.
All right, so you're going to go over and talk to David. Let's do John, though. Mr. Miller, you leave the street, and you can see that now that the last little bit of purple is leaving the sky, and the overcast sky has cleared up, so you can see lots and lots of stars starting to twinkle, and the evening is warm. It's not really surprisingly warm for this time of year, but it's one of those pleasant evenings. You can smell that sort of country air where you can distinguish that somewhere nearby there's probably a horse farm or something like that. Just that sort of pleasant sweetness to the air. You can see that some of the people in town have flower boxes that are in bloom. It's a pretty little town, but there aren't street lights, so it's pretty dark. And as you go over towards the church, it's a very large, imposing building. This would have cost a lot of money to build this church. It's in very good condition. It's mostly stonework, but you can see the sides have stained glass windows, which are also extremely expensive, even for the day back then. The name of the church is St. Drostan's Church, and it is currently under the Church of Scotland, not Catholic any longer. So it was probably built by the Catholics a long time ago and then taken over by the Church of Scotland, which are, forgive me if this is wrong out there, but basically Presbyterians. There is their church. The pastor, you can see the name is Alan McKay, and it gives the time for Sunday services. It looks like they have services on Sundays and Wednesdays. It's daytime. You can't see lights on in the church, except that you can see that there are probably some candles that are lit inside. And around the side of it, there is a separate little building, a little house, which is probably where the priest lives.
Yeah.
Or preacher, or whatever they call the pastor.
I actually take a little bit of time before entering the direct property of the church, just to appreciate the countryside, and then
I should say also there's a graveyard on one side, which is typical.
Yeah. And then I'll head over to the little priest's cottage. Not really. But
Well,
yeah.
The rectory, I think they call it.
Mhm.
You can see there are lights on there.
Yeah. I'll knock on the door and then step 2 steps back.
You can hear, once again, you can hear footsteps approaching the door. The door opens and the pastor, in traditional pastor garb, he has a book under his arm, and he opens the door and he says, good evening. Can I help you?
Good evening. We just arrived in this little town, and we are acquaintances of Mr. McDougal in the inn.
McDougal?
Yes, you would have probably heard of him. He is screaming on the top of his lungs for the past several days.
Well, I'm not aware of that. Of course, the name McDougal is part of the very history of the town. You say another McDougal has come back. How very interesting. There haven't been any McDougals here for many, many years.
I wanted to talk to you about that. See, I produced the book that I got at the London Library. Apparently, he's here for research into his family's history.
Well, please come inside.
Yeah, I'll put the book in front of me and just follow it into the building.
He sets his book down and
yeah.
Can I fix you some tea?
That would be lovely.
So he fixes you some tea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll wait patiently, pick up on the Rectorium.
Everything in this room seems exactly like you'd expect it to be. There's walls of books, and it looks very comfortable. It's very obviously that he's not married, and that it's a pastor's house. There's crosses here and there, and pictures of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were asking what book he was reading, it's some, I don't know, Immanuel Kant philosophy book. He brings you the tea back. He says, "Now, what can I do for you?"
Well, if you have the time, of course. I wanted to look on his behalf into his family's history.
You wanted to look at the church records.
If possible, but if you want, you can share what you know to shorten my search.
Well, I mean, I don't know that much, just the general history. Not even I've inherited all this down the line. Church records would be more accurate, but suffice it to say that there was that the McDougall family were a trading family, a merchant family, and they made a lot of wealth. They built the tower, and the town grew up around it. And for a couple of 100 years, they were quite dominant. But, as things go, their money dwindled, and they began to die out. There was a rumor that there was perhaps some boon that they came into and moved to the United States. But I don't really know much more than that. I'm sure there would be a lot in the church records. They built the church. They paid for it and its upkeep. We have I don't know what it's called, a fund in perpetuum that helps to maintain the church for the next 1,000 years if it lasts that long. So they were good, probably Catholics or whatever they would have been back then. Other than that, I mean, I have no problem with you looking through the church records. Mm-hmm. They're in the basement of the church, however, and I should probably do a little bit of dusting. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow.
As it so happens, I'm a librarian. If I can help you in any way, I would be glad to look at your inventory and see what you have.
Well, we've got quite a lot, but it's getting kind of late. So
sure. We can start.
But in the
tomorrow.
morning, yes. Feel free to come by. I'm usually up pretty early.
Yeah. I'll leave my book on his table and open the part on the McDougalls in the records that I found. Just while he was explaining, I was like, "Oh yeah, we found that they were traders, but that's about it." And all of this, the rest is new information. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you as well, Father. And then I'll head back.
Okay.
I think this took us maybe 1.5, 2 hours-ish.
No, not even. I mean, just really a few minutes for this. Oh. Yeah, he didn't. It was late, and he looked like he was getting ready for this evening to go to bed.
Okay.
But I mean, you get the impression, of course, that going through the records is probably going to take hours and hours.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
All right. So you have come back to the inn, and what did everybody else want to do? You had said something about talking to David.
Yeah, I think we were just going to go sit over there, and if it's all right with you, Arthur, why don't you go ahead and talk to him, since this McDougall's your friend, and I think that would make the most sense.
Of course. So David, was it?
Yes. Yes. He looks up from sipping on his soup.
Do you work with Clarence?
Yes, I've been traveling around with him now for a couple of years. I handle all of the extracurricular things that he's interested in, and make sure that he gets everything done the way that he wants it to.
Of course. You are much appreciated. Did you happen to go with him up to those ruins on the hill?
I did not. I was unpacking at the time. He came bursting in, and he was bleeding. He had wrapped a part of his shirt. Looked like he'd torn part of his shirt and wrapped it around his hand, and he had to clean up afterwards. But I took him to Halhane and saw a doctor. Let me think for a moment. His name was Dr. McTavish. And he cleaned him up and stitched him up. He kept going on about something biting him, but I told him to tone that down a little bit. And I think he probably just caught it on a rock or something. It's probably quite treacherous in the dark. I've seen it now in the daytime, and it just looks like a pile of rocks. In any case, he seems to be over-exaggerating his distress. He's not a man who cares much for pain, but it's quite out of character. He's usually a very serious man.
He's in hysterics. This is my friend Charles Hayworth. He's a detective.
Mr. Hayworth.
Pleasure to meet you. I was going to ask if he typically fixates on things like this.
Not usually. He's a man with quite a considerable bank account. So when he does come up with something that he wants to investigate, it's, no expenses paid. He pays all my expenses. And so if that's an obsession, it's kind of a gentle one. But he usually approaches it in a very serious manner. He's not a man given to hysterics at all.
The drinking, is that something that's always been, or is that just a response to the pain?
Not to this extent, mostly to the pain. He wants to deal with it that way. He's up there alone right now, yes? Did he fall asleep by chance?
Well, I haven't heard him for a while.
That won't last long.
Yeah, before we left, he slipped away into slumber.
Yeah. Usually
how long do you intend on staying here? And
we don't have a schedule.
And did you get the impression that he wanted to stay to still figure out about his heritage?
Well, I mean, like I say, we just arrived, so he hadn't done any investigation here at all. We were going to go to the church. We were going to see what we could find out about the that's apparently his family ancestral home that's all in ruins up there. There's not anything but a pile of rocks. But I suppose it was once castle-like or a tower.
We'll go up there to humor him, and we'll be on our way.
Unless you have another question for me, I should probably go up and make sure he's okay.
Well, have a good night. Does anyone else have any?
I can't think of anything. I think the reasonable course of action would be to lay eyes during the daylight on the place where it all happened and just see if we can't see any evidence of what happened. I'm just fully expecting to see a little bit of blood between two jagged stones, and shoot, his finger's probably still sitting there.
And then we'll have the rest as your vacation. So,
sure.
Yeah. And we'll know where David is. He'll be tending to Clarence. And David, if anything comes up, please just notify us through the innkeeper or
of course
anyone else.
And he goes upstairs. Does anybody want to do a psychology roll on David?
Yeah, I'll do a psych roll. I failed.
Is this
a hard pass?
Who is this on?
David.
Okay.
In psychology.
All right. I failed that one.
Okay.
I got a
Anybody
hard
pass?
pass. Yep.
Excellent.
Jan, you're muted.
Regular pass.
Okay. Just in the half hour or so that you were talking to David, you've started to piece together a bit of an impression. And David presents himself as a very serious, conscientious young man. But when he talks about Clarence, you can tell there's a little bit of tenderness there, that he's really concerned for making sure Clarence is okay, that he's comfortable, that, yeah, that's what you're getting.
I'm going to keep that knowledge to myself.
He's also
for now.
being very discreet. So
I'm just going to keep that to myself for now.
yeah. David looks like he's about 25. So considerably younger than Clarence. All right. So are you going to do anything else this evening? You can go to bed.
I'm going to retire for the night. It's been
I'm
a long
going
day of travel.
to talk to Charles while I'm getting ready for bed. Fact one, if he's lost his finger, there is going to be blood at the site. We're going to easily be able to locate where he has injured himself.
Sure.
Two, we aren't going to find a finger because it's the countryside. Something has gone off with that finger. Three, it's an animal. It would be most likely fox, a badger. It has to be something that he would not have been able to see. And I would deduce that it was in a spot where he was not able to see the creature. So let's keep that in mind.
I'd like to add one thing. Did you get a good look at the finger? That cut was pretty clean. If it was a fox or some animal like that,
There would have definitely been some sort of gnawing. Even if it was a rock that fell on it, that still would have been very jagged. So
it's a little
I don't know,
peculiar.
something's not making sense.
Well, I think a visit to the site will cast some light on this, and maybe if Mr. McDougal sobers up a little bit, he'll be able to tell us something a little bit more elucidating.
I kind of want to look around a little bit more and during the day before we go to the site. I want to gather some more facts before we go there.
Fair enough.
Are you discussing this down in the...
No, this is in our room in private.
Okay.
We should
Well-
probably see where Mr. Miller went off to.
Thinking back on the wound, was it really a clean cut?
Well, I mean, imagine if you had a pair of, 10 snips and you just snapped off somebody's finger. So,
The only thing I could think of, I'll be saying this to John as we go to bed,
like that.
maybe like some massive, more herbivorous creature that had incisor teeth like a human. Because a wolf has very sharp teeth. It's more of a ripping action, meant to rip into flesh, from my understanding. Very strange.
I'm not too familiar with the fauna of this area.
Nothing big. Badger, maybe. I don't know.
So we are discussing all of this in our separate rooms, right?
Yeah. You're in there with Bonsai.
Jan.
Bowser.
So, apparently, from at least what I could tell with for talking with the priest for half an hour, his family or his ancestors were very influential in this area. It appears that they founded the place, or that it grew naturally around their estate.
Why would they have moved out here in the first place? This is the middle of nowhere.
I can't really tell. The priest had a theory that they went over to the States for wealth and opportunities, but they left a lot of money to the church. They even built the cathedral, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, the story doesn't seem to add up. If they had so much money, they would need to have fled. Usually, moneyed family like that is very careful of the family estate. They would have at least left some sort of blood seed within the estate while the branching part went to United States.
Yeah.
It seems odd that they would build this castle up in this town around it and then just leave it to decay.
He mentioned that it has been a while since one of the McDougalls returned to this place. So maybe it happened in living memory that another one of his family returned here. We don't really know yet. So, or it could be that he just heard the name and associated. But I'll go there tomorrow and check out the records. But it's going to be a lot of work.
And I'll accompany you. And one last thing to think about is there are castles in Scotland that are still standing from time immemorial. These people were apparently at their estate in time for the United States to have been around, and yet it's a pile of twisted rubble. Seems odd.
Keeper, is this place close to the coast? Is there a small harbor here?
There's no coastal access here. You're quite a ways from the coast, but you're not that far inland. To sort of kind of just logically answer your question, this could have been their fancy country estate, even if all of their money was coming from Inverness or something like that. That wouldn't be that unusual. I mean, there were lots of castles and stuff out here, even though it's remote.
Okay. So
some people like their isolation.
Yeah, but in isolation, you usually don't grow a town around here.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's still, Dunval's kind of isolated. It's out here days. And if it wasn't for the train, it would have taken you quite a while to find your way out here.
Yeah. We should, or I mean, at least you, someone with a sense of history should go and have a look at the ruins at some point, just to maybe get an idea what happened.
Well, if I had to rate my history on a scale from 1 to 100, it would be a 5 out of 100. So I do not think that would be me.
Okay.
I see. Well, then let's hope for the best.
Okay, so you all have a relatively uneventful evening until about 2 a.m. when you're suddenly awakened by Clarence starting to make noise again in his room.
Good Lord.
And it starts gently. He seems to be trying not to call out, but every once in a while he just, oh, God. So if you can manage, you can do a constitution roll to see if you can manage to force yourself back to sleep. But if you fail, then he keeps you awake.
I go back.
6.
Oh, I failed.
Yeah.
I pass.
I passed.
So those of you who pass, you sleep like rocks. Those of you who failed, you're pretty damn tired in the morning when the sun peeks through your window and makes you realize that shit, it's morning already. But you guys get up. Samuel Connors and his wife, who's also named Lucy Connors, have a quite a nice breakfast set out. Eggs and sausage and tomatoes and various other meats and things like that. But of course, you notice probably as you pass by that Clarence is still making some noise. What do you want to do? Anything? Do you want to check in on it? What do you want to do?
I'm going to ask Mr. Yan to possibly check his finger again and see if there's like a sign of infection. Maybe it hasn't been sterilized properly.
It looked completely professionally done when I last looked at it, but I will go and visit him anyway, if not to show him how to use the opium pipe.
I'll
Well,
also visit.
Thank you,
can-
young man.
You can probably dress the wound better than David can.
I will do so.
All right, so you check in on him. He's still, he actually apparently knows how to use the opium pipe. David tried to get him to use it to go to sleep. So he's a little bit delirious, and he's like, have you found it? Have you found it yet? He seems psychologically worse than he was yesterday. Like the pain is driving him bananas, you know.
Not sleeping either.
Right.
We're heading up today.
David seems quite concerned, but if you come in to take care of him, David takes the opportunity to quickly go get something for breakfast. And then he brings breakfast up for Clarence, whether he'll eat it or not, you know.
Figure we could check on Clarence just to see if he's all right. But I'm pretty hungry. I want to go get breakfast. So I'll pop in. Hey, Clarence, you doing all right? You need anything? And then head back down to get breakfast if he's all right.
I'm going to head straight for breakfast, ask for a triple strength cup of tea, and ask if the paper has arrived yet.
Yes, it has. They hand you the paper.
I give them another 2 bob.
It's mostly, you know, local events and things going on, and but you're reading the newspaper. Does anybody else want to do anything before you go out?
I'm enjoying breakfast, and then when the owner comes around, I'll put some bills in his front pocket.
My goodness, you people are going to make me rich. I'll be able to finally close this fucking hole and get out of here. I'll be able to go all the way to Halhain, live it up. No, he's very kind. Gives you everything you know. You do notice that the hunting culture is fairly prevalent. A few of the people that are in the pub this morning are dressed for countryside hunting, rabbit hunting, whatever. Looks like they're going to go out and have some fun doing that.
That's a great idea.
What it tells you basically is that shotguns and people shooting shotguns is not that unusual out here.
I'll get dressed then for hunting and bring my shotgun.
Okay. So as you are eating breakfast and maybe chit-chatting and discussing various things, Reginald, you run across a article in the newspaper that catches your attention.
Police are baffled by a number of bizarre assaults that have taken place in the last few weeks. 4 local women have had one of their fingers removed. Miss Carla Kemshram has told reporters that she was assaulted by a man. While she lay unconscious, he apparently removed her left ring finger, then carefully bandaged it up. When she regained consciousness, she was alone in a back alley of Halhane, not far from where she had met the man. She remembers very little and could not offer the police a description of her assailant. Similarly, Miss Emily Glass, Margot McAndra, and Moira Singlia were similarly assaulted and deprived of one of their digits. Most of these assaults took place in and around the Pesol district, in an area notorious for its ladies of the evening. Police have added a second patrol of the area. I slam that newspaper down and I say, by Jove, I've discovered a clue.
What is it, man?
I'm going to hand him the paper and casually sip my very strong cup of tea. You know, Charles, I do believe that Sherlock Holmes was actually based on me, even though he was before me.
I see. Well, put a feather in your hat then, but this is a good clue. I'm actually pretty surprised. And I'm going to pass it around the table and look, folks, look what Reginald came across.
Maybe there is a mystery after all.
Yeah, things are getting a little interesting here. Now, did Clarence say anything about what exactly he remembers between the time where he was attacked and getting back to the inn?
Well, he was in hysterics. He was excited to go. He rushed out at night alone without David, and he lost a finger.
Now, this would be a bit of a stretch. So this district that these attacks were mostly happening in, it's not super close to these ruins, right?
It's a little over 10 miles away.
So not impossible, but it doesn't, unless there's a bit of information we don't have, doesn't immediately, draw a connection.
Is there a UFO?
No, I hear it too. Somebody had an idea.
Yeah, it's the noise of the incandescent light over my head. But yeah, so doesn't really fit the area, but it's a little suspiciously close to what happened to Mr. McDougal here. Can anybody think of any connection between these two events? Arthur, you know him better than I do.
I would like to point out that the woman said she told the police that she was assaulted by a man. Maybe it wasn't a man. Maybe it could be this beast that took Clarence's finger.
Some sort of...
Said it was a man. But again, Clarence did just say that something in the darkness took his finger.
Yeah, it could be a man, could be a beast.
Some sort of finger biter.
I'm going to motion for the innkeeper to come over.
Yes, Mr. Lestrade, what can I do for you?
I'm going to put another 2 bob in front of him.
You're very generous.
Sip my cup of tea and casually ask, have there been any other new arrivals in town as of late?
Well, we don't get very many strangers in town. Occasionally outside members of the family of various townsfolk use our inn to stay in when they're visiting relatives. There was a salesman going around a couple of weeks ago. had stayed here. I think he was not sure what he was selling.
I'm gonna reach into my pocket, pull out another 2 bob, and just hold it in the air. And do you remember what his name is, young man?
I have no idea. I can check the books.
That would be good.
So he goes back and he checks the records and the thing, and he says that the man's name was Sean Bannerman.
I'm going to put the 2 bob back in front of him, slide it across, and good show, old man. Charles, I'm a genius.
Oh, we already all knew that. You know, Arthur, this is a shot in the dark.
Okay.
Can you tell me a little bit more about perhaps about Mr. McDougal's personality? So what happened seems to be pretty close to this, the events from the paper.
Mm-hmm.
The events from the paper all occurred in an unsavory part of town. Is there a chance that would he have been there for any reason?
Well, Clarence does what he pleases. As you see, he's run up all the way here to this tiny town to figure out his ancestry. He's usually very reserved from my time with him. He's very serious. I don't think he's the type to run and get himself into trouble or danger, unlike what just happened.
So he's not the impulsive type.
No, without good cause. I say we just go up there and check out the ruins.
If you don't mind, I would head over to the church, probably with Mr. Yan, and do some research into his history.
Of course. I can go with the detectives to the hill.
Sure. So, Reginald.
Yes, Charles.
So, how'd your exchange with the innkeeper go? I saw you flashing some money around, you dog.
Well, I'm out of bobs now. I'm going to have to start giving everyone my bits.
Well, don't expect any from me.
I've discovered some rather interesting information. I believe we need to find this visiting salesman. I don't know. There's just something I'm linking with these newspaper articles and this visiting salesman. We need to find this man and just check him out.
You think a salesman could have done it? What was he selling?
Possibly fingers.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
He could be the fingerer.
Gloves with one less thing in them. Yeah. Sure, lady, they'll fit.
Well, at least I've still got all mine. Do you have any leads? I mean, a salesman in this town that was here, a couple of weeks ago? Do you get a description of him?
The date right now is June 21st. Okay. And Samuel tells you that this Sean Bannerman checked out on June 2nd. So he's been gone for a while.
Yeah. Could be anywhere. I mean, there's a slight chance that he's still hanging around here, but where else would he stay?
It's a good question.
Oh, if we run into him, we'll talk to him, but he didn't say anything about where he was going.
He's a salesman. He just travels around and tries to sell.
So, Reginald, what makes you so sure that this guy's got something to do with it?
He's a traveling salesman. These events that happened in these other areas, I think there's a high probability that he could be linked. We need to I honestly think, Charles, that we really need to investigate this a little bit more.
Traveling salesman came here, traveled here from somewhere else. Yeah, he definitely did it. Let's lock him up.
I'm going to motion the innkeeper back over. And
Yes, Mr. Lister.
are there any other places in town that people could stay, or any camping grounds, or?
No, nothing like that. Of course, they could stay anywhere, but they would. The only place they could stay would be here, unless you go to Halhar.
Did he have a car with him, or did he come by train?
Yes, I believe he had a car.
I'm going to go back to sipping my tea.
Reginald, do you have enough money to learn these things?
Well, I'm going to go for a walk and maybe hunt near the hill. So if anyone would like to join me.
Yeah, I'm going to put on my tweed vest and sort of a scally cap. And I'm not going to bring a long gun. I just think that's a bit much. But I have a 38 on me, just in case that this McDougal was actually attacked by a person. I don't think there's anything against the law about having that under my vest.
What is it you have under your vest? I'm sorry.
Oh, my 38 revolver.
Yeah, there are gun laws. You can't carry handguns.
Okay, then in that case, I won't break the law in this. Well,
But you probably have a kosh, and you probably have brass knuckles.
yeah, I do have those things. So I'll have those things in my vest. I'm not totally convinced that McDougal was attacked by a person, so I'm not really afraid, but I'm open to the possibility that it might have been, I don't know, a hidden vagabond or something in the rocks.
All right. And Mr. Yan and Mr. Miller will go to the church.
Yeah.
Right.
What about you, Reginald?
I'm going to hang around town a little bit longer.
All right.
Very well.
And
Well, realize that the area is rather small. The church is right over there, and just over there is the mound of rocks. So when you're bored with whatever you're doing, you can go over and do the other thing. They're all
I'm just
within
going
5
to-
minutes a walk.
I'm just going to walk to the general store,
Okay.
be very friendly, and just work my way into asking people if they've seen a salesman in town, if they could give me any further details.
All right. We'll play that out. All right. Let's see. Bezai and to John, you go over to the church, and the pastor, what's his name? Alan McKay, minister Alan McKay at St. Drostan's. He welcomes you, asks you if you want some tea or something to start. That he's swept the basement stairs going down. It's very dusty. He almost never goes down there. And he cleaned up a little bit. But after that, he takes you down there so that you can start going. When you get down there, the room is fairly large. He tells you that, part of it is that on the other side of the wall, there's a kind of crypt where prominent people were buried in the early parts of when the church was built, but that nobody's been buried back there for ages. Now they're all buried in the graveyard outside. Almost anyone who's died in the town over the last few hundred years has been buried out there.
Are there any of the McDougals in there?
Probably. Yeah, there's probably a whole bunch of McDougalls out there. He then shows you all of where the records are, the church records. There's a lot of big books, and basically tells you that, you know, he has duties to do, but you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to look through the books. And sorry that some of them are pretty dusty. And you can see that they're semi-organized, you know. There's definitely been times in the past where people just put them down here and just stacked them and left them. And all right, so you guys are down there doing that. Reginald, you're walking around the town. We'll go back to you. Charles and Arthur, you are walking up the hill. The little path, you can see it's a footpath that people often walk on. There are trees round about, but there's mostly grass. There's a fairly, you know, small amount of gravel and rock. It's mostly a dirt path going up this little hill and grass growing everywhere until you come sort of around some trees and you see it at full force. It's bigger than you thought. About, you know, I always say a football field across, about 300 or 400 feet across. And it's all grass and rocks. It does look treacherous. It looks like there are large, they kind of look bigger in the picture than they'd actually be, but the tower was obviously made out of blocks and stones, and they seem to have been, you know, deposited all over the place.
I wonder what this once looked like, Charles.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of material here. I guess one could only guess or look in a library, I suppose, about how tall this thing was, but it looked pretty imposing up on this hill.
You find that in general, when you're far enough away from it, you can weave your way in between the blocks and stuff. But eventually the grass stops. The ground looks like it has been, damaged. And the blocks start to get closer and closer together, and there's piles of them. And you can see 100 places where if you were walking along and you were running your hand, that 2 blocks would come together and you could get your finger caught in there and yank it off. You would have to climb over these piles of rocks. They look fairly stable, you know, but you're still risking losing your footing and falling down and getting your neck caught between 2 rocks or something.
Yeah, so it looks like the tower collapsed sort of inwards on itself then, since the pieces are closer together in the middle.
Do a spot hidden.
That's a pass.
Okay. So the 2 of you were walking about and sort of surveying it and seeing that it must have been a fairly large structure. But there's a kind of uniform quality that the closer you get towards the center, the more consistent the blocks are, you know, clustered together and so forth. But some of those blocks on the edge, how the hell did they get way out there? You know, and you're starting to look around and noticing that there's an awful lot of blocks that are a little bit too far away to seem like the place collapsed.
Hey, Arthur.
Maybe there was an explosion. The force pushed all the blocks outward.
Maybe, but I mean, this is such an old structure. I can't think of anything that would explode in there. And hear me out. There's pieces way over there. I mean, if I'm just looking at the pieces strewn about here and I'm kind of spitballing about how tall this thing was, And if you kind of look, and even if it had fallen and tumbled over, I'm not seeing how some of these pieces could have gotten that far away. Do you see what I mean, Arthur?
That is a good point, Detective.
But as you are looking at the ruins, as you're walking around them, circumnavigating them, coming back towards the place where you started on the road, you definitely do see a pattern that Arthur might be right. It kind of lays itself out like that.
Huh.
Fascinating.
And the ground there seems to be damaged, like not much grows on the ground the closer you get towards the center. You can't really get to the center without climbing over the piles of rocks.
Could I, in that circular area that was black, sort of in the bounds of the tower,
Right. You would have to climb over the rocks to get to that area.
Okay. I think I probably would have cautiously climbed up a little bit and maybe try to get sort of a 360-degree view of like the whole scene.
Okay. Try to find a high spot.
Yeah, I'll climb as well. Since we circumnavigated the structure, we could probably see the lowest points. We don't have to climb too much.
Why don't you both go ahead and do climb rolls just to see if you lose your footing? Because the rocks are damp. It's the morning.
Oh, I lost my footing. 72 out of 20.
I want you then to do a luck roll.
Okay.
And
85. Fail.
You ripped open the knee of your nice pants, your slacks.
ooh, Arthur, I heard that. What was that?
It's an embarrassment. That's what it was.
It wasn't
How
the
about you?
seat, was it?
Uh-huh.
It wasn't the seat.
No, it was not the seat.
Well, I passed my climb check, so I imagine I'm coming down.
So you're kind of perched up there. My illustration is kind of just in general a sort of idea of what it is. But yeah, you can definitely see that something looks like it blasted the structure apart somewhere near the base, which would blow most of it outward, and then some of it would fall in the center. But there's definitely stuff like that.
Arthur,
Yes.
in the war, I was around a lot of shelling, explosions, things like that. This looks a little bit like what I'm used to seeing from when I was on the field. Did you hear anybody mention demolishing this place? Maybe it was gonna fall over anyways, and they wanted to control it and blast it in such a way that it wouldn't fall all the way down the hill.
I haven't heard anything about this controlled demolition. I just heard that it befell disaster.
Yeah, I wonder if there's somebody in town that's been around long enough to answer some of these questions about, how it fell and why.
That would be generations.
Yeah,
because I believe Clarence's ancestors they moved sometime in the 1700s.
Sure. Even if it's just a rumor or something, from an old timer in the town that, their great grandparents passed it down, and perhaps John would maybe he could be uncovering something right now about this. Either way, if I can, I'd like to get down into the middle and kind of wanted to scrape some of the dirt in there and see if it's sort of just like burnt or like ashy, like a blast would leave.
All right. You managed to sort of get down there, and it's not quite as bare. As I said, there's still blocks in there, but yeah, there's something odd about the soil. There doesn't seem to be anything living there. You don't find any weeds or anything popping up through the cracks of rocks and rubble. You can see that probably the tower had a stone foundation, that there are remnants of, part of which have been buried by dirt and time and so forth. But I mean, what sort of other tests would you do, or do you have the capability?
I have a test, but it's for a different thing.
Yeah, Charles isn't super familiar with things like, for example, botany, like knowing why there wouldn't be any
Right.
plants here, but he probably would notice that, there's soil here. It seems to be getting direct sunlight. It's a little weird that there's nothing growing here. I couldn't tell you why, but just odd.
Would I
Do you
be
have
able
an-
to use natural world?
Do you have any history, or natural world might work too?
Got a 70 in that. All right, so that's going to be a normal success.
And I passed a history check.
So Arthur sort of picks up a handful of the dirt, and which is slightly moist, and he does something rather shocking, but he takes it and touches his tongue to it. At the same time, Charles, you're thinking history. The Romans used to salt areas in order to make them where nothing would grow. And in fact, Arthur, you can tell that the ground is very salty.
Hmm.
Do you eat dirt a lot, Arthur?
It seems it's salty. There's maybe someone did this on purpose so nothing would grow like that.
Yeah. Now that you mention it like that, I know in Roman times they used to do that to leave land barren.
To desecrate the land because they really hated whatever their enemies.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you would do it here. Well,
Would the McDougalls hate it? Maybe is that what?
but it might not be as sinister as that. I mean, if I could imagine if this was a tower that we maintained and it would belong to us and it had a dirt floor, that it might get a little annoying or tiresome constantly pulling weeds. So maybe they salted it so that they didn't have to do it anymore. That'd be my guess.
My guess would be this tower, it represents oppression, and they destroyed it somehow and salted the land.
Maybe.
But it's just an idea.
Is there anything else in here?
Are there a lot of animals around? It's my natural world.
Not really.
So,
I mean, you definitely hear what you'd expect, birds in the trees. And there
Okay.
are no trees directly here. The nearest trees to this are probably, 100 feet or so
Mhm.
around the hill.
Because my idea was if there is a beast or a predator, the animals would stay away from this area.
Mm-hmm. Are there chambers in here? Rooms, basements?
Nothing that you can see. The whole thing is collapsed and destroyed.
Huh. Well, Arthur, can you think of anything else that we could investigate in here? There doesn't seem to be much.
No, not at the top of my mind. We should regroup with the rest of the investigators, the club members.
Actually, before we go, what if the dirt, would leave footprints and stuff like that? Would I be seeing any evidence of where McDougal had gone before we got here?
It's such a large area. Do a spot hidden for me.
Okay, that's a hard success.
I got a normal.
Charles, you climb back up on your rock to sort of give yourself a survey, look around. And you're focusing on the ruins. And You're not seeing anything in particular. It's just such a large area. And you're looking over at Arthur, and Arthur is looking around. And you look at Arthur, Arthur looks at you. You look over Arthur's shoulders, and you do notice something. You notice that this is a little footpath coming up here. But over there are distinctly tire treads that have, killed the grass to some extent and come almost up to the ruins. Right up in front of them.
Arthur, come here. I want to point something out to you.
Okay.
There's tire tracks, like a car or a truck came by here. Do you see those now?
Yeah. Very out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
It might be Clarence, if he did take a car up.
Could have been. Let's go over there and see if there's anything else laying around along the path of that vehicle.
I'm assuming if he had his finger severed, he would get back into the vehicle and in a panic state, drive back to the town. So maybe the tire impression is there.
You're literally, 5 minutes. I mean, the town's right there. You walk up here. So there'd be no reason to bring the car up here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. Well, maybe they left something behind. Maybe something fell out of the car when they got out or left some evidence.
All right.
Let's go check.
So you go over to check the tire treads. Meanwhile, Reginald is walking about town, and he goes into the general store. And the little bell rings as you come in, and good morning, somebody says.
Pip, pip, cheerio.
Says, can I help you find something? It's a woman.
I'm very polite to her. Very lovely to meet you. I'm visiting your very lovely town. Just casually look around and see if there's anything interesting in the store that I can.
Mostly stuff that farmers might need if they, if they've run out of rope or chicken wire or things like that. Some groceries, things like that.
Okay.
Most people grow their own food, so.
Try and engage her in just a general conversation.
She seems very friendly.
It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady. If you don't mind me asking, have there been many visitors in town as of lately, say within the week or two?
We almost never get visitors.
No. No one trying to sell anything at all?
No, families and things like that. Oh, we occasionally get salesmen that pop in and try to sell things. They don't usually come in here because I'm already selling things. But
you haven't had any salesmen visit recently in here at all?
Maybe a few weeks ago.
Oh, if you don't mind me asking, what was he trying to sell?
Let's keep asking that.
Was it fingers?
It wasn't fingers. It was
finger biscuits?
Fingerless gloves. He was trying to sell
vacuums?
Vacuum cleaners.
Okay.
No, that's stupid. He was trying to sell
encyclopedia.
Chemical cleaners of some sort.
Do you remember what this gentleman looked like?
Fairly tall, blonde fellow. Not bright blonde, but kind of dirty blonde. Dressed in a suit. Wore a hat, fedora.
Okay.
Basically the same as 90% of the population.
And did he talk to you much? Did he say where he was going, or was he staying in town at all somewhere? Or?
No, he didn't say anything like that to me. I think they all know that they just come in to sell, and if we're not interested, we tell them to go away, and they leave. I haven't seen him in a while. I imagine he came and went.
I'm going to try and charm her and see if I can find out if he mentioned something at all.
Well, you don't need to. She seems to be quite open about anything, but she has no idea. She forgot him the second that he left.
Did he have a vehicle with him?
I suppose so. Unless he took the bus. Salesmen don't usually take buses.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. I very much appreciated it.
Where are you from?
I'm from London. Jolly old London.
What are you doing way up here?
I'm visiting a friend on holiday.
Let's see. Well, lucky friend. Anybody I know?
He's more of a friend of mine. Yeah, staying at the inn at the moment. He had a bit of an accident. Yeah, so we're just trying to cheer him up.
I know pretty much all of the families in the area. For 100 miles around. Anyone I know?
What was his name?
Clarence McDougal.
McDougal.
McDougal. I don't think there's any McDougals living out here anymore.
Oh, really?
No, I mean, their families left a long time ago. I'd be really surprised if there were any of the McDougals left. The nine-fingered McDougals.
Nine-fingered McDougals.
Well,
Is it because of his accident? Or?
It's an old song that we used to sing as children when we were skipping rope about the nine-fingered McDougals. I don't really remember how it goes anymore, but the curse of the nine-fingered McDougals.
Were they just born with 9 fingers? Or?
No, they all cut off their fingers and went stark raving mad. And something along that line. You know the way kids can be.
Do they have a family plot or crypt at all?
If they're buried here, they'd be buried in the cemetery.
I'm going to say thank you for your time, and I'm going to slip her 2 bits.
Apparently, yeah. I would. Somebody watching can do the conversion and see how much money he's giving away to these people in 1923. I don't know how much 2 bob is, but
I'm gonna have to sell the business.
It might be a week's wages to some people.
You're ruining us.
Just bring it up on Arthur Webb's tab. He's a very good friend of mine. And I'm just going to walk out and head towards the church.
All right. So you're heading towards the church. The boys are in the church.
Okay. I'm gonna more head towards the graveyard and look around for any McDougals.
Well, I think that's a perfect spot to take a break because we're almost at 2 hours and you guys are starting to get your fingers in there. So let's take a 5-minute break to use the restroom.
10 minutes later.
So John and Bezai have been in the church looking through the records. And over the course of maybe 3 hours, you've been taking notes of things that you've been finding. It's taken you a while, but would one of you like to read the notes that you have come up with, which are these?
Okay. Notable incidents from the records of St. Trorstan's Church, Dunval, Scotland. MacDougall Tower was constructed in 1487, and the village of Dunval sprang up around it. The family experienced success in their business ventures, and they grew in prosperity and wealth. They were good members of the church and contributed in measures accordingly. By the mid-1700s, the family's success began to decline. Most of their wealth was gone by 1775. Then in 1779, during the construction of a well, they literally struck gold. Almost overnight, the family was once again exceedingly wealthy. In December 1778, one of the family members asked the minister to perform an exorcism on the tower to drive out an evil spirit that plagued them. It is not recorded if the exorcism was actually performed. In the weeks that followed, all 6 residents, members of the family, began showing signs of madness. January 7th, 1782, records the death of Samuel McDougall. The 10th, Mary McDougall. The 11th, Grace McDougall. The 15th, Andrew. 20th, George. And the 25th, Robert McDougall. February 15th, 1782, Evan McDougall, the youngest member of the family, who had been attending University of Edinburgh, returned home. He was profoundly disturbed by the death of his family. After the funeral, he announced his immediate intention to move to the newly independent colonies across the sea to make a fresh start. March 9th, 1782, the McDougall Tower exploded sometime around 11 p.m. All flammable parts were consumed by the fire, leaving only shattered stone blocks and scorched earth. The following day, Evan McDougall made a very large donation to St. Drostan's Church before departing for the United States shortly thereafter. October 1782, it was discovered that the graves of the McDougall family were desecrated, possibly by grave robbers. Fascinating. I guess that answers a lot of the questions we had last night.
Indeed.
And about that time, probably Reginald pops in. Oh, he was going to look in the graveyard. So by that time, you've pretty much exhausted everything. So perhaps you leave the church and notice Reginald snooping around the graveyard.
Well, it looks like they've already discovered it, but yes, I'm just going to basically look at their dates of death.
Well, you can see that there are numerous McDougalls. There's a family crypt and all of that, but there's lots of McDougalls buried around because they were here for hundreds of years. However, those names that they tell you about, you have a hard time finding those graves. If they were desecrated and there were no bodies there, then they were probably reused.
I assume Lestrade is telling us what he found out about the 9-finger McDougalls.
They went as mad as King George and fingered themselves.
Well,
Not according to the records. There was an exorcism performed apparently on their homestead, and there was a large donation to the church after the building exploded.
that's interesting. Could you spot any correlation in the dates? I can really think of anything that would unite them.
The only thing that unites them is that something happened shortly after they supposedly struck gold, like 6 years after. They all seem to have gone crazy.
Yeah.
The woman at the thing says the nursery rhyme says something about them cutting off their fingers and going bananas, going crazy.
Another point of interest is that possibly this is just completely unrelated, but McDougall was a bachelor, and assumedly, maybe not, but all the prostitutes could have also been bachelors. And the ring finger was the finger that was bitten off on the left hand. I think that's usually the wedding ring finger.
Hmm. That's true. Interesting.
Could be of significance.
Could we check in the marriage history if any of those people who died of madness supposedly were married?
Oh, yeah, probably all of them were. Actually, probably some of them were the spouses. They
Okay.
had the same last name because they were.
Yeah.
It seems that the people who went mad and died were the people who were living in the castle at the time, because Evan obviously wasn't. He was in
Edinburgh. Okay.
And he would have also been the first one to go over to the United States.
Reginald, you're a people person. Would you mind talking to the priest about anything he knows about exorcisms on houses or places? What is involved?
What is involved?
Yeah.
I'll try and find out for you. So I'm going to head off into the church.
Okay. Let's jump back over to Charles and Arthur. So Charles and Arthur, you've found the places where there's definitely fresh ruts in the ground. The ground might have been a little bit moist over the last few days, and these are fairly fresh. In fact, you would guess that they might have occurred just a couple of days ago. They're and because the ground is soft and you made your spot hidden, you do seem to be able to find some footprints in the mud. They seem to be man's shoes, probably formal, regular hard bottom, leather bottom shoes. But do an intelligence roll because you're using your detective.
Humble.
Yeah, you don't have a clue.
Pass.
Okay. The footprints are rather deep in the soil. Like, well, if you were Sherlock Holmes, you would guess that the man was either very fat or he was carrying something heavy.
Arthur, look at this. You see how deep these impressions are?
Yes, the footprints. Yep.
This was either a rather portly man or he was carrying something heavy.
That's a good observation. I was about to say that myself.
The obvious lie is very apparent because you fumbled. So, yeah.
I'm sure you were.
Well, good. Great minds think alike.
You can also see that those footprints were heading towards the pile of rubble.
Shall we follow these prints?
Now, let's see how far we can follow them.
You can follow them up until the grass gives way to rock mostly. And then they could go anywhere in there. Yeah, you don't know. They could have gone either left or right once they got there, or straight forward.
Okay. So do you think he was carrying something from this site or to this site, or he could just be overweight?
Well, are there any footprints coming back from it?
There are. They definitely seem to be lighter. No, I'm sorry, they're not. They're just this. They're the same.
Okay. Well, that would lead me to believe this was just a rather large person.
An astute observation.
What could they have been doing here? I mean, if it's a recent, it would stand.
Maybe they were looking for gold.
Is Clarence rather large?
Not particularly, no.
I mean, there were rumors of gold being buried in this hill.
Would I remember what sort of shoes Clarence and his assistant had?
Sure, I think that you're a detective. You're probably quite observant. Yeah, they're probably Oxfords. In fact, it suddenly strikes you as perhaps a bit more telling in that other thing that they both wear the same shoes, same style.
Okay. And would those would they leave a similar impression to what I'm seeing here?
Probably, but not as deep. I mean, men's shoes back then are pretty much the same on the bottom.
Yeah.
They don't have treads. They have their dress shoes.
Well, I'm going to posit that this was a third party.
What you would know is they weren't boots.
Mm-hmm.
So not a farmer.
The country folk wouldn't be wearing dress shoes.
No.
Yeah. And I don't know that I can't see why Clarence would drive a vehicle up to here. And did they have a car to get here? Or?
Yes, they do have a car, but it's parked over by the end.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take a sketch of the tread of the tires in the mud and measure the length of the footprints that are here. And when I get back, I'm just going to cross-reference them with Clarence's vehicle and their footwear if I can get permission.
You would guess that the shoe the person's wearing is probably size 11, maybe even a little bigger, 11 and a half. So fairly good size for men's shoe.
Yeah.
And if you guys are then walking back, you see all of them walking around the churchyard. Looking at
let's
wave.
And Reginald's just heading towards the church.
Arthur, you should probably put your gun away before we go in the church.
No, of course. I'll make a quick stop by the inn.
All right. So you're all together again, except Reginald, you go to the church. You were going to ask the minister something. What did you
I'm going to walk in
Mm-hmm.
and hello, Vicar. How are you today?
I'm well by your prayers. Thank you.
I'm not too bad. Not too bad. A lot of walking around today, so not too bad. Just a question about the McDougal clan. What's this I hear about a exorcism?
I have no idea. Did they find a record of an exorcism?
What is an exorcism? I'm Church of England, so I don't fully understand this concept of an exorcism.
Church of Scotland, Church of England. It's a Catholic thing. The idea that you could drive demons out of people or places. It's somewhat of an outdated, way of thinking. We know now that there are people with mental illnesses.
Very fascinating. How would you go about doing an exorcism?
Well, I suppose if you were a Catholic, there's probably some ritual that you would follow. I believe their ritual book is the Roman Rite. You just read the magic words and it works, I suppose. God drives the demon out. I mean, it's not to say that there aren't demons. There are devils, but God drives them out, not people saying rituals.
Can you tell me anything else about the McDougal clan?
I really don't know that much about them. I'm not old enough to have ever known a McDougal. Probably neither was my father.
And one more question, if you don't mind me asking. But have there been any salesmen around here recently, possibly visiting, blondish hair?
Not here. Not in church. I don't know what he would sell me.
Not a finger by chance?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I'm just going to put my swagger stick under my arm and pip pip cheerio, and just out the door I go.
Have a nice day.
Bump into Charles and just, I think I need a little bit more than strong tea today.
Well, I'm sure Clarence could help you out with that.
It's probably a little past lunchtime, but you can still get lunch.
Okay.
Been doing this for a few hours.
So we share what we find.
Yeah, we'll share that over lunch.
Hmm.
I suppose we'll go back to the inn to grab lunch.
It's about the only place. So
As we're
All right.
going in, before we get to eat, I'm just going to take a quick look at Clarence's car tires.
okay. And they're worn. Oh, you want to see if it's the same pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Do a luck roll.
Pass.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay. I'll scribble
Because
that
if you'd
down.
have failed, they still wouldn't.
So yeah, I'm just going to jot that down so that as we're discussing over lunch, I'll just add that into the conversation.
Okay.
Well, what are we going to be eating? What do you want to order, Reginald?
I hear the haggis is
Well,
good.
I'm going to start out with a very stiff sherry on Mr. Webb's tab.
Reginald, money talks, wealth whispers. But of course, for my friends.
Thank you, my dear friend. Thank you. So the McDougalls, there's a rumor that they all went crazy, have possibly eaten their own fingers.
The tower exploded. That's
There we go. They exploded their own tower.
how did it explode?
That's a good
Obviously,
question.
something combustible.
Guy Fawkes.
That lines up with what we saw.
I
up there.
mean, was the rocks very far away? Did they look like
they
they
were
spread out?
They were very far away, so that explosion
Then that
must have
would
had to
be-
be powerful.
That would have to be something like gunpowder to set that off.
Several barrels.
If it would have been a fire, it would have been in close proximity when it collapsed.
Yeah, that tracks with what we saw when we were up there. We came to the conclusion that it must have been some sort of a blasting project. I thought maybe they demolished it as it was losing its structural integrity, but with what you folks found out, there might be something else to this.
I'm
So
going to
this-
look very frustrated and bang my swagger stick on the table and say, there's a newspaper of prostitutes losing fingers, some salesmen coming into town, the family has gone crazy in the past and lost fingers. They're known as the Nine Finger Family.
Pardon?
Were you not told this?
Well, you're telling me. Well, I just didn't know exactly what you heard from your investigations.
I'm going to take another sip of my sherry and
Looking at the timeline, Evan might have exploded the tower. Evan McDougal,
Might be. Yeah.
because the day after, he was the only one left of the McDougal family living there, and then he moved the day after.
I think that this is probably the work of some sort of serial attacker, and that we should go and visit the town where the prostitutes are being attacked.
I'm
It's
interested
almost
in learning the
200 years
nursery
ago.
rhyme.
So we did find tire tracks leading to the site of the tower. I cross-referenced them, the pattern of the tread to that of Clarence's vehicle, and it wasn't his. So somebody else recently drove up there. And by their shoe size and the depth of the impressions in the mud, I think this was a rather tall and large man.
So to
Mr. Yan.
sorry, I was just going to put something together because you guys were kind of looking over the dates of things. So in January of 1782, all of the resident McDougalls die. Evan doesn't come home until the 15th of February. Now, of course, he wouldn't have had any way of knowing what happened until he got back. So he would have come back in a natural manner. He came home on a break from college. He found out what went on. Obviously, there must have been funerals. He had to put everything in order. And then almost a month, so it's March 9th, that the tower explodes and burns. And then the next day, Evan gives a big donation to the church and leaves.
But why blow up the tower? Why?
Well,
Maybe he thought it was cursed.
well,
That's
all
what I
of
was
the
thinking
family,
as well. This salted earth that Arthur mentioned, it is. I think there are some rituals with salting the earth as well, or salt to ward off demons and bad spirits. On the top of my head, do I know something like that?
Probably, if you know it, then it's, these are all folklore things. Everybody knows some of them.
well, coming home to realize that your entire family died is quite enough to drive a man mad, too.
The records don't state that he was mad. They were very clear that the others went mad.
Am I
Well,
able
I'm saying
to
that
work out if McDougal was anywhere near where the prostitutes lost their fingers at the time with dates? Like,
You mean Clarence?
yes.
According to what everybody's told you, they just arrived in town, and then he got his finger.
Like 4 days ago, 5 days ago.
He arrived in town on June 14th.
Okay, so that's after the attacks.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to point that out.
He would have written the letter, which would have taken a while to get to you, and then
Charles, dear fellow, I believe that this salesman is somehow involved. Maybe he somehow thinks that he's related to McDougal's. Maybe he's gone off the deep end and is taking people's fingers as well.
So your thought is that the salesman rolls into town.
And now that I think of it, he's come into town. If McDougal lost his finger at that site, can I roll? I want to put 2 and 2 together.
well, just put them together. I'll tell you if.
I think this salesman is involved, that McDougal was attacked at the site. That is where this salesman is. I believe that this salesman was involved with the removal of these prostitutes' fingers. And take another sip of my sherry.
Or he could just, be a salesman, possibly.
Reginald, do an intelligence roll.
Please. Oh, please. Oh, that's a hard pass.
A hard pass. You should know that the GM's not going to tell you whether you're right or wrong in this case because it's part of the story.
So your idea, Reginald, let's put a timeline together. Salesman shows up. Was it what?
my
June
journal
3rd.
on the book, and I'm going to start mapping out all these dates.
Well, the salesman showed up, what? It was early June, June 3rd, something like that.
Yep.
Then Clarence independently shows up as well. To me, that suggests that it wasn't related, unless the salesman, invited him here?
It seems like a coincidence.
You guys are still walking around the churchyard, or are you going to go back to did you go back? You probably went back for lunch, didn't you?
Yeah.
I believe we're having lunch.
Yeah, this is over lunch at the inn.
Oh, how's Clarence's mental state since we're in the area?
He's deteriorating.
He is going mad after losing a finger.
Yeah. Charles, because of what you just said, do an intelligence roll.
Sure.
And I'm sorry for my previous snarky answer, but I couldn't resist.
Yeah. I'm going to spend 5 points of luck to make it a pass.
Okay. So you start putting some dates together. Mr. Connors, the innkeeper, he of course does keep records. You've seen the records. He's pulled them out to show you. Sean Bannerman arrived at the inn on May 29th. Okay. He left the inn on June 2nd.
Okay.
All of the assaults take place between then and the time that Clarence arrives.
So after the salesman would have left.
After the salesman leaves and before Clarence arrives. At least as far as you know. The newspapers aren't particularly clear.
Reginald, I'm just not following the same thread that you are. I mean,
Barkeep, another sherry.
the salesman arrives.
Take the
he
bottle.
leaves. The attacks happen in the next town over. Clarence arrives. Then he gets attacked. It just doesn't, it's not lining up for me, Reginald.
The records state that that they struck gold underneath their building, so the wealth was drying up.
While
And
they were digging the well, yes.
Yeah, and then they found literally gold down there, which is probably where the stories origin from, and these nursery rhymes, and could be that somebody heard the story and wants to go there and investigate the ruins and stuff.
If you are chatting this in the place, an old farmer who's sitting at a table nearby can't help but sort of overhear you.
Mhm.
And he says the little nursery rhyme out loud so that you can hear it. I don't have a nursery rhyme, but I'm going to write one now that I've made it up. Something about the McDougalls making a pact with the devil to regain their wealth, but they all went mad. They cut off their fingers, and the devil came for them. Something like that. And all their bodies were taken from their graves, and now they live in hell with the devil. Something like that. Something that sounds very gruesome in the way that.
Do I know, with my occultism background, any stories of devils or demons giving out wealth with some sort of back pay?
Even without rolling on that, there's always stories of making a pact with the devil for wealth and power, and then eventually the devil comes and takes payment, which is usually your soul.
Yeah, but fingers is very specific, right?
Yeah, that you haven't heard anything that specific.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should go see the well. Maybe there's something at the
Yeah.
bottom of it.
Wait,
Didn't see any well.
I've just thought of something. With this nursery rhyme, if somebody is, maybe they're taking fingers. I'm going insane.
Did
Maybe have
Clarence
another
make a
cherry.
deal with the devil? Did the salesman make a deal with the devil?
Maybe he thinks he did.
Yeah, this could all be like some sort of Hound of the Baskervilles, like rekindling an old tradition to cover up some sort of illegal gold mining operation or something. Although it doesn't seem like you guys saw anything like that when you went and visited the place.
We did not see anything like a
Just
well.
debris.
Charles,
Huh?
are you up for another hunting event?
Always.
Let's wait for tomorrow until I've calmed down. We're getting some shotguns. We are going to this site. We are going to find this well, and I am going to find this salesman, and I am going to invent the death of a salesman.
Reginald, you're a genius.
What makes you think that he would be there?
Tomorrow.
He has to be somewhere.
I think we need to move on and
Yeah.
check Halhane.
I agree with that.
So
We
It
could
goes
ask the
to-
doctor as well
Yeah.
as the prostitutes.
yeah, it goes to show to reason that those women were ladies of the night and were probably paid with some sort of, maybe with some sort of gold that would follow the direction of a gold mining operation.
There's
Do
only
we
one way to
know-
confirm that. So
One thing that would connect Clarence's attack with that of the others. Do we know if Clarence did go? He did go seek medical attention from a doctor after the attack, because the other ones said that these women remember coming to and their hands were already bandaged, weren't they?
Correct.
So I guess we could fairly easily figure out, I guess, by talking to the doctor. I'm not sure what privacy protocols they have back in these days. If, when he arrived, did he already have a bandage? I guess we could ask Clarence if he's together enough.
maybe you can use your credentials as a private investigator.
Let's go see how Clarence is doing.
Okay.
Mhm.
You go upstairs. David is glad that you've returned. He would like a break. Clarence seems to be somewhat delirious, and he says, I just changed his bandage, and there doesn't seem to be any kind of an infection, though it's a little red around the edges. The doctor's stitches seem to be holding. He keeps flinching as if something was attacking his hand, and I'm almost thinking that he needs to be restrained.
Was the doctor first to put a bandage on?
Yes, he was quite bloody. We had to.
Right.
David, I think you might need to check our dear friend here into a sanitarium.
I thought that might be necessary, but he'll have to
It's
travel.
for his own protection.
Yeah. From the
He'll
records we
probably
found,
range. I mean, do you know of any? We're from the United States.
Is there any in Halhane? Or I
I
do know of some in London.
doubt it. There's probably some nice ones in Edinburgh. I mean, he has money, so we don't have to put him in a hellhole. But I mean, if I can take care of him, I think he'd be more comfortable around me.
you can probably accompany him and but whatever happened to him, there is a precedent that it didn't end well for the people involved.
Might have some difficulty. He thinks if you don't get the finger back, he's going to completely lose his mind.
All right, tell him that we're gonna try and find whoever is taking the fingers, but he needs to check himself into a sanitarium for his own safety.
I'll do my best to see if I can set that up maybe for tomorrow.
Thank you, David.
Drive him. All right. So, what did you want to do in here?
So is he Clarence saying anything different? Is he raving?
No, he's raving. He's raving like a child that doesn't know why his body hurts, and but you might be able to ask him something. He might be able to answer, but it's not going to be easy.
I'm gonna try and ask him if he ever remembers anyone. I'm going to describe the salesman from what everyone has told me, and I'm going to ask if there was anyone trying to find out any information from him about his family's history, anything about his family's home, like estate. Does he recall anything?
No. What are you talking about? I don't even know about my own family. I'm telling you, it was a monster that attacked me. A thing, a great black shadow that leapt out of the darkness and bit off my finger. And please, God, find it. I don't even want the finger back. Just take it away from whatever is chewing on it.
I will find this finger.
That's what you said the other day. Find the goddamn finger.
We're trying our best, Clarence. We will. Our investigation will take us to Hallhane, but please do take care.
He kind of clings to you, Arthur, for a moment, and he says, "If anything happens to me, make sure that David's taken care of."
I promise.
Uh-oh. Yeah, David, make sure he does not commit suicide in the night.
Oh, I don't think he'll do that, but yeah. I mean, it's a possibility. All right, so you leave the room.
I'll phone up my lawyer to.
It's now late afternoon.
Yeah, I leave him some notes with what we found out about his family. John was taking notes mostly whenever he was in the library and stuff like that. So just to keep his mind off the pain in his hand, maybe just to preoccupy him if possible, right? Just to give him a chance.
David seems very concerned that giving him those things might just exacerbate his madness. If he knows more, who knows what will happen.
If David doesn't want to share it with him, that is completely fine, but now he has the information and can choose.
He takes the stuff from you in a folder and sets it to the side.
Yeah.
I'll make arrangements with my lawyer to hire David in case anything happens.
Okay.
Charles is going to step out for a smoke, and any other vehicles that he can see near the inn, he's going to check the tire tread to see if he can find a match by chance.
There are a number of trucks, a number of old cars and things like that. Nothing that matches.
Okay.
Although, quite honestly, I'm doing that for the sake of the story because I don't know if all tire treads matched back then or not.
Yeah.
I'll start the checkout process if we're ready to go.
Okay.
So is there anything that we wanted to wrap up here before we take off?
How are you planning on going to Hallhane?
We do have the rental of.
Oh, you do. That's right.
By automobile.
That's right.
Yeah.
I had forgotten. And it's a fairly big enough one where you can fit the 5 of you easily in there.
Mm-hmm. And I will tip graciously for the inn owner.
Okay. So is it off to Halheim then?
Yeah, we could always come back if we.
It's 5 minutes drive.
Yeah.
All right. So you're going to Halheim. It's a little town. Like I say, there's a number of crisscrossy streets, but not much. There's no stoplights of any kind in the town. It's not big enough for that. There's no electrical infrastructure. You can see that there is a police station. This is right downtown. There are a number of stores. There's a clothing store. There's a general store. There's a grocer's, a greengrocer's. There is a police station. There is a small church. There is a doctor's office, and that's on the main thoroughfare. You're not exactly sure where the red light district is, but it's probably a ways off from Main Street somewhere.
I mean, I suppose one of us can go down there and look for prostitutes missing fingers.
I'll go.
Well, you're in a car, so you can drive. You could probably drive up and down every single road in the town in less than a half an hour.
Right. Alternatively, we can go to the police station and offer our services as private detectives. Get the information, the addresses of the assaulted woman.
And maybe we can check with the hospital.
There's no hospital.
Yeah, but the doctors. Yeah.
All right. Okay. It's probably about 5 o'clock in the afternoon at this point as you're driving around, but the sun is you still got a couple of hours of sunlight. Which one did you want to do first?
Probably the police station.
I go police station.
Okay. So you pull into the police station and go inside. It's fairly small. There's 2 deputies that are in the office, actually pretty much just lounging because there's nothing at the moment that they need to do. You come in and they straighten up. They say, "Yes, sir. May I help you with something?"
Greetings. I am
Very
Arthur
gentleman.
Webb, and I come with private investigators who would wish to look into the assault of the woman missing fingers.
Oh, the prostitutes.
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure what there is to look into. They're just prostitutes.
If there is a menace stalking the streets and taking digits, they need to be stopped.
Well, obviously that's true. And we've put on a few other patrols. I mean, you're certainly welcome to look. There's nothing that we can do to stop you. But there are crazy people in the world that go to prostitutes, and would be the first time that a prostitute was sliced up the mid. And he does that. And of course, he's talking about Jack the Ripper.
Well, this crazy person didn't just attack a prostitute. They attacked my friend.
Your friend is a prostitute?
No. They attacked a very good friend of mine up north while he was visiting on vacation.
Did he happen to get a description of the fellow?
No. I was wondering if you had any reports that I could compare. He said it was a shadowy, larger being.
Well, there are some generalities to the attacks. They all took place.
We'll make it worth your time.
The women were picked up by some gentleman and lost consciousness and woke up some hours later near to the place where they were taken.
Did they get a description of the gentleman? Blonde hair?
nobody said anything clearly. You know, they see a lot of men. They said it was dark. He was probably careful not to reveal too much. Yeah, nothing clear. Man in a hat. Everybody's a man in a hat.
Is there a way for us to speak to the prostitutes?
They're out there.
All right.
I'm going to ask him.
We're
Have
not.
there been? Sorry.
I was just
have
going to
there-
say we're not particularly anti-prostitute. I mean, men get lonely. You know. Go ahead.
Have there been any missing persons or?
There's always missing persons occasionally out in the country. Mostly tourists.
Is it a very large town?
Not particularly. Maybe 150 people.
Do they know of any traveling salesmen in the
Always
area?
salesmen. Always traveling salesmen. They come through on a regular basis.
Where would you recommend lodging for the night?
Oh, there's a little inn run by a young woman named Christy Forney.
Okay. Thank you.
And he asks you a lot of questions too. Where are you from? Why are you here? All those sorts of things. Do you tell him the truth or do you?
We're from London. We are private investigators.
Yeah.
And we're here because the case interests us.
Okay. Also, you asked about an inn here. I do want to point out that your inn is just 5 minutes away. So,
Oh, all right. So maybe I didn't check out.
yeah.
I was under the impression the drive would be longer.
Yeah, no, it's not. If you wanted to go to Inverness, it would be 3 hours.
All right. Well, thank you
But
for
there
your
is
time,
there
officer.
is an inn here if you want to. All right. So what next? The doctor's office is literally a couple of doors down the street.
Well, yeah, we can visit with the doctor, and then perhaps after we do that, we'll grab a cup of tea and let's try to get all our ducks in a row and maybe get a little bit more organized in how we're approaching this.
Yeah, I agree. It would be interesting to see if the doctor found any resemblance in how the fingers were amputated. If the cut was as clean as it was with our good friend.
So you go down to the doctor's office. It's Dr. Allen. I'm sorry, that's the teacher. It's Dr. Roy McTavish. When you get there, he's got a patient who he's just discharging. Now, Miss Saunders, you stay off of that foot as much as you can for the next week or so. My goodness, gentlemen, are you all here for medical emergency? Are you having a problem?
The sort of emergency of our friend in another town. He visited you recently, I think.
Oh,
Missing finger.
Oh.
This one.
another one. Oh, yes, a gentleman.
Indeed.
Yes, I know. He was here a few days ago. Maybe it was last week.
We're investigating. Oh, go ahead.
Unfortunately, he's been stricken with a particular madness related to that injury.
Could he be infected? Perhaps you should bring him in.
I'm a doctor, and I checked it over. I didn't believe that it was infected.
What sort of madness?
He seemed to have some sort of phantom pain
Oh,
but not the normal like needles or anything like that. A gnawing sensation.
well, that's unusual. He did say that at the time, that he could feel something. I told him it was phantom limb syndrome. He's still experiencing that, huh?
And
It's usually only a day or so.
No.
Getting worse.
And
Must be some nerve damage or something.
there were others with a similar injury that you treated, correct?
The prostitutes.
Yeah.
Yes, there's been 3 of them. Do you think it's related? Or maybe it's 4 of them. 4 of them.
Well, did they experience any similarities between them? They didn't say anything about a gnawing sensation, did they?
None of them said anything like that. They were definitely reacting to the pain of having their finger severed. The police are looking for somebody. This is obviously some sort of madman. That's
How are the cuts looking?
well, in all cases, they look very similar, like something cut their fingers off, not with a knife, but with a pair of snips, perhaps. There was very little tearing. I cleaned up what I could. But I'm sorry, or the gentleman, perhaps you, like I say, you bring him back in, we can take a look. Maybe there's something wrong with the nerves. Prostitutes they tend to be rather closed-mouthed about things.
Were these fingers all different, or was the same digit involved in each crime?
No, they weren't all the same. I believe Mr. Your friend, his was the ring finger on the left-hand side. But one of the ladies, they all seem very much the same to me now. One had a pinky missing. One had her index finger. I think one of them may have had a ring finger, though I'm not positive. But no, there was no particular pattern to which one was taken.
In your professional opinion, would you say that the manner in which these injuries occurred is of a similar source?
Oh, I'd say most definitely. I'd say whatever cut the one off, cut the others off.
But it wasn't would it have been a biting or specifically a shearing action? Because when I looked at it, it could have been either. I couldn't really
think
tell.
that it would have taken a great deal of force, let's say, for a human to bite them off. It'd be biting right through the knuckle bone, right about here. Not exactly easy. Perhaps a meat cleaver chopping down, but then you'd expect to find some damage on the other fingers as well. It's difficult to say.
Peculiar. Well, fellas,
There was also that other gentleman too. He had his finger bitten off.
Other gentleman?
Salesman.
Yes, yes, I believe he was a salesman.
Mhm.
Do you recall his name, young man?
No, I probably have a record of it. I'm really not supposed to be. Are you like detectives?
Yes.
Let me check. It was a Mr. Bannerman.
Bannerman.
Yes, he.
Do you know where he lives?
I don't believe he lives anywhere. He's a traveling salesman. But he came in on the evening of June 1st.
How did he drive here, or
Yes, he drove here.
do you remember what his car looked like?
A black car, same as everybody else.
Of course.
Did he perhaps pay you in money, or did he pay you in gold?
It'd be money like everybody
Money,
else pays
okay.
me in. Yeah. I hope you find him. I think he's crazy. Make an interesting subject in some sanitarium somewhere.
Thank you for your time, Doctor.
All right. What's next?
As we step out, I'm gonna visit the prostitutes
Okay.
for questioning.
You go into the neighborhood. You're directed where that neighborhood is. And you find that this isn't exactly the best time of day to find prostitutes walking the streets. They're usually out in the dark. You don't see anyone at first, but do a luck roll.
Okay. 06. So yeah, that's going to be an
pretty good.
extreme.
So you're looking around the streets. You're not seeing anything. The day is winding down. You're starting to get some, get closer to the evening. It's still pretty bright out. What you do see eventually, though, because you stop looking at the streets, is you notice in one of the buildings where the prostitutes probably live that there's a lady in the backyard who is hanging up laundry, and you notice that she has a bandaged hand.
I'm going to walk up to her because I'm reeking of credit rating with 85.
And okay, so she's in a yard, so you'd have to go into the yard. You'd have to go through the fence. And she looks over and she says, "Oh, not right now, honey. Maybe later.
Can I pay for your time?"
Well, that's what everybody does. But
no. I'm going to flash a
do.
bunch of bills.
All right, what do you want? She comes
just
over.
to sit down and talk.
Suit yourself.
Do you mind if my friends come? We're just going to talk.
Well, with that kind of money, sure. They want to watch.
Yeah, they can watch.
So she immediately lays into using the foulest language.
Whoa. Not like that. Actually, we just wanted to ask about your finger.
My finger?
Yes. No, not what you can do with it.
No, she's like, oh, you mean this? Well, she says, what about it? You read the newspaper. That's what you did.
Oh, yes.
He says, well, prostitute's life isn't a very easy one. We deal with a lot of stuff. It still hurts pretty bad, but,
it still hurts.
Life is painful. Yeah,
do you remember anything about your attacker?
It hurts like a son of a bitch, she says. But what can you do?
Do you still remember the attacker?
Oh, he was a tall man. He might have had blonde hair because I could see it sort of in the light of the street lamp. But I remember him coming up close, and I, of course, was all ready, and everything went black, and I suddenly found myself lying on the ground, maybe, a block over. And I was lying there. I'd obviously been drugged or chloroformed or something. And I woke up and my hand was all bandaged up. It just had stuff wrapped around.
You think your assailant bandaged it for you?
Well, it was all bloody. So I next morning I went straight across to the doctor. He sometimes does charity work if somebody does something.
Right.
Like I say, it's not an easy life.
Now, was this assailant? Did you know if he was missing fingers as well?
I didn't see him long enough to know whether he was. And about that time, one of the others comes out to hang up her laundry, and she's sort of overhearing, and she says, "Yeah, he had a missing finger."
Oh, come sit. And I throw down more bills.
Well, there's no place to sit. You're literally talking over the fence.
All right.
I'm going to keep an eye out to see which exact digits are missing and from which hands. And see
do you mind showing us?
Well, she says, this one's my index finger. The other one says it was my pinky. It's different hands, too. There doesn't seem to be any particular pattern.
But it doesn't form a complete hand or something like that.
I mean, no, not so far.
Okay.
Reginald, it sounds almost like if the same person attacked these women and took a finger each time, why would someone want to...
So what you're saying, Charles, is I was possibly right?
Every broken clock twice.
Well, I don't take that admission very lightly. But what motive could we think for someone to be collecting fingers?
Gold.
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 Gold?
I would have to say that he is in the delusion of hearing the family curse. To obtain gold, he is getting fingers.
Maybe, yeah. It could also be that he's maybe offering the fingers to someone or something that he believes could maybe give him his own finger back.
Ladies,
as an exchange.
Did the fingers that were removed, do you typically wear jewelry on these fingers that they took?
We can't afford jewelry.
Okay.
Oh, that was a good question.
I guess we owe them sort of an explanation. So I'm going to explain. Listen, we're investigating this case.
I hope you find him.
So we're trying to gather as much information as we can to try to connect dots and come up with a motive and a pattern. So that's why we're here talking to you.
Well, my girls are scared. They're reluctant, but at the same time, it's a hard life.
I'm sure it is. I don't envy it.
All right. So do you have anything else? You want to possibly head back?
I want to poke my head over the fence and say, I really appreciate everything that you've said today. And if I could, I would shower you all with pearl necklaces. Thank you. That's it.
Ha. All right.
All right. I'll be leaving some money because.
All right. Well, that's nice of you.
Going to shake Arthur until he drops an appropriate amount, and then.
Well, then you guys have been so kind and so much money, anytime. All right. So my guess is you're going to head back. It's starting.
Are there any other towns nearby, Dunval or Hendrick?
Not really.
Okay.
The train comes here. I'm sure there are other little towns, but they're not part of the story. So
okay, no.
This could be dangerous, but perhaps we should arrange a stakeout at night.
When was the last attack?
The last attack would probably be with Clarence. It seems like he's making his way up north, this attacker.
So where are you intending to stake out?
I would say the ruins, because there's some tire tracks.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. I also think we should try to find the well. I assume that's where he's casting the fingers in.
Yeah,
why would they be
like
throwing fingers? To make a deal with the devil?
Maybe, yeah. In one way or another.
How many fingers? 5 so far?
Yes. Well, 6.
At least 6.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And they had how many from the last batch? all those years ago.
I'm not sure if that would play into this, but
Yeah, you're probably
I see where
right.
you're getting.
Well, obviously
It
the
was 6 or 8,
perpetrator
I think.
would have to know of the storied history of the McDougalls.
So maybe we can cross-reference the family history of the McDougalls and try to see if we can't find the intention of this person. Can you think of any parallels? Do we know the amount of fingers that were, I guess, collectively lost from the McDougal family all those years ago?
There were 6 people that died.
Yeah, 6.
Magic number.
Mm.
And after that, what? So what was the next thing to happen after they died? The one Evan came home and discovered them and destroyed the tower and went mad.
And then no, he didn't go mad. He went to the United States.
And I'm
Right.
wondering if Evan had all his fingers, which is why he didn't go mad. If we're following this,
I believe he did have all his fingers.
Arthur, do an intelligence roll.
all right, I passed.
Clarence knows his family history back to Evan because that's the United States history of his family.
Mhm.
And he never mentioned anything weird or unusual about the McDougalls. They were wealthy, and that he may have mentioned gold, as part of that wealth, but then that's what everybody had. A lot of wealth. Their wealth was in gold. What he didn't know was what happened before that. And this is apparently where the before that occurs. So, according to anything that you know, Evan was perfectly fine.
Yeah. Well, weird stuff started happening once people started losing fingers.
So you still have a little bit of time if you wanted to go back to the ruins and take a look around before it gets completely dark. If you're going to camp out, find a place where you want to camp.
Yeah, let's gather our gear at the inn and then do a stakeout overnight.
Charles, I believe this guy's dangerous. I think we're going to need more than what we currently have. If you get my drift.
Sure. So what are we hoping to find this guy returning to the scene? Is that what we're trying to do by camping there?
Criminals always return to the scene of the crime.
He may very well live there. I mean,
if he's
not
delusional
if he
enough,
drives to the hill.
oh yeah, that's a good point. We should have followed the tire tracks back, although we probably wouldn't have been.
No, they disappeared.
Yeah.
Once they hit the hard ground. All right.
I will pick up some camping materials at the general store if we don't have any. Maybe a torch or a lantern.
Okay. Yeah, probably lantern. They might have electric torches, sure.
And
They're
I will
big handheld things.
Yeah, I'll retrieve my double barrel.
Okay. So you make it back to Dunval without much time elapsing, and you eat your food and drink your tea and get your stuff together, and you walk back out to the ruins. And for some of you, this is the first time you've seen the ruins, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're quite impressive. You can see that it definitely looks like the tower blew up and flung all these blocks, and then probably the top of the tower collapsed into the middle. Are you going to walk around, take a look, see what you can see?
I'm going to ask Charles that when they were visiting the site, did they find any traces of blood on stone where McDougal may have lost his finger? Or
I didn't notice anything like that.
The site was huge. Perhaps we should do one more walk around when we have all of us here. Multiple pairs of eyes.
We could have very well missed something. In fact, somewhere underneath this rubble, there could be the well. I don't know.
Yeah. Also,
true.
if this guy is using drugs, he's very dangerous up close. We shouldn't walk alone.
Sure.
Do I have a shotgun?
Did you bring a shotgun hunting?
I'm going back to town.
You can, without any difficulty, borrow a shotgun from the inn.
Yeah, I mean, you
Okay.
paid him enough.
I
Oh,
would like to really borrow one, please.
all right. Okay, so you go up and you start walking around. From what you said, are you going to go like 3 go around this way and 2 go around this
Yeah.
way?
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay. So you're looking at it. I would like you to all do spot hiddens.
That's
Fumble.
004. So
008.
The negative.
Just a pass.
Okay. So who got the 4? Who got the 8?
I got the 4.
I got the 8.
Okay. So as you're walking around, all of a sudden, you hear Arthur go, "Ah!" and yell out, "Jesus Christ!" And Arthur, you have tripped over a block and gone face down into the dirt. And now your suit is completely filthy
How embarrassing.
because you weren't looking where you were walking. It scares you all for a second, but he still has.
I'm going to keep my shotgun pointed towards the ground.
Reginald, you're walking about, and with your good thing, your good roll, you notice a couple of spots where you think you're seeing other footprints, where they've made impressions in the soft ground. They look like they're fairly big footprints, and you're able to follow them a little bit. You follow them over to a spot where you can see there is definitely something on the blocks here that could be dried blood.
I'm going to make a discreet noise to motion them over.
So whoever's close to you, Charles isn't near you, but the others are. So they move in your direction, and you show them. You can see there is definitely a sort of a large splatter on the top of the rock, and some splattering. You also notice that there are definitely those footprints nearby. I mean, right nearby. You also notice there's a couple of spots where there are strange little holes pushed into the ground at, maybe about 1.5 feet apart. Do an intelligence roll.
004.
Wow. You're pretty sure it's like a woman's high heel shoe. It doesn't look like she was walking, but it looks like she was maybe propped up against the rock and her feet dug in. But you only see the 2. So she wasn't walking about.
I'm going to explain what I see and what I believe. I believe that one of the prostitutes was brought to this site. I'm going to point to the holes, and I'm going to say, I believe they are high heel marks. This is definitely a site where he has been, and I believe he is still currently here. Whereabouts, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe we need to be extremely careful.
Yeah, I get out a a small knife. Keep it on my side just to be safe.
Charles.
I'm gonna-
Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to raise up my shotgun and I'm going to say to him, "Don't stand in front of me."
Charles, you're walking about, and the first thing that you notice is a block seems to have been moved a bit. You can see the place where the depression actually was, but the block has been dug out. You're thinking by a shovel. And that leads you on a little bit. You're finding a kind of a natural bit of a path in the rock. And you can see a few more spots like that. And suddenly up ahead of you, kind of clustered where these blocks are all at, there is a hole in the ground. You can see that there are footprints around the hole that are that same shoe. And there is evidence of a number of possible high heel footprints there as well. And there is blood splattered here and there on the rocks. The smell coming from the hole is like rotting meat. And the hole isn't particularly big. It's only about a 1.5 foot wide. And in the fading light, you're looking down at it, you can see that it goes down at an odd angle, maybe a 45, steeper than that, maybe a 60 degrees down, and it goes down maybe 10 feet and then turns level. So you can't see what's down there other than the bottom of the hole turning.
Again, what was the diameter of this?
You would have to be, I've got that somewhere. For looking. I think you would have to be a 50 on your size or smaller to fit in the hole, unless you got a shovel and dug some.
Okay.
And there definitely looks like there are shovel marks around it.
So we're back to perhaps the badger theory again.
I am a 50 size, so I could go inside.
Well, all right. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to alert the party, and I'm going to wait for them to come over here. But as they get close, I'm going to have them stay a little ways away so that we don't mess up any prints around here. So the only prints that I can see around this are the same size, about size 11 and a half footprints.
Correct.
High heel footprints, little bit of blood here and there. Any animal footprints?
Yeah, do a spot hidden. Actually, I made a mistake. Size 60 or smaller.
Okay. All right. I fail that.
Okay. You see what marks on the ground that could be something.
Something else.
Yeah, something. I mean, it kind of looks like a paw print, like for a man, like a man walking on his tiptoes.
Okay.
It's odd looking. Yeah. And I assume you make noise and everybody else comes over.
Yeah, I'm going to relay this to the party, have them stay a little bit back so they don't step all over the prints. So I've told them what I see, and I'm going to ask who among us has perhaps a better knowledge of animal prints, animal tracks.
I do. I've studied in the past. Can I make a natural world?
Sure.
A little bit.
Sure. Come over here. Look at this one. You see, I see some footprints here. That'd be like an Oxford or a Brogue. some high-heeled footprints, and you can see some blood flecked around here, but I don't know what this other one would be.
I've rolled a 71 versus 70, so I'm going to spend 1 luck.
Okay. So what they look like, you almost want to say they're human, except that they're quite distorted. The big toe is long, and the other toes are kind of curled back. You're almost wondering if the person put their foot down and slid and created a long, like their toes are really long, but it's not really, it's just they slid. They also seem to only be walking on the ball of their foot, not on the heel at all. There's no heel print at all. And that's really where most of the weight would go. And it's weird because there's the consistency of the dirt isn't perfect, but there might also be toenails, long ones, that are scratching the soil a little farther on.
This could be, there seems to be a good amount of activity around this tunnel. It's not straight down. This isn't the well. But
it definitely looks like it was recently dug with shovels. I mean, not yesterday, but in the last month.
Okay.
So this is some kind of burrowing animal?
I am, well, I've never seen prints like that. And we've got footprints, human shoe prints here.
Some of the blocks,
prostitutes.
the blocks have also been kind of pushed back and cleared away.
So they're doing something down there.
The smell is awful.
Can I just go ahead and climb in?
What sort of light source?
You want to climb in without a rope?
I do have a lantern.
Oh, sorry. Is it like a vertical pit?
It's like a 60-foot thing, 10 feet down, and then it turns.
So it goes down at about an angle like this.
Reminds you very much of a warren, some sort of gopher.
Well, who dares wins, my friends.
Do you think this might have to do with maybe the stolen bodies from the graveyard?
Well, let's compile what we know.
Could be, yeah.
All these prints, blood, so we can surmise that a man was here, presumably this salesman.
With the large foot size of 11.
Prostitute.
Who seems to be deluded that he will get gold if he sacrifices fingers.
Some sort of a wound. Whatever this other track is, there's a stench coming from this hole, which could be, there could be remains down here. Something's going on down there, but maybe we should form a bit more of a plan than just haphazardly tunneling down there. Because if you end up in trouble, how exactly are we going to?
Yeah.
How about
I will take a lamp.
We'll tie the rope to you.
Is this all just dirt?
Dirt and rock and other stuff.
We have.
So would it take us an unreasonable amount of time to, I guess, dig it even more so that there was more of it? It's more comfortable to get down there.
I mean, there's 5 of us. It's a walk to the general store.
You probably wouldn't be able to excavate, but you could definitely make the hole bigger. It's still going to go down and end to whatever it is. You're also you don't know that the blocks above it might cave in, but they don't seem to have caved in.
If Mr. Yan wants to take a peek, then
I will take a
don't
peek.
see a harm in that.
I will take one of the lamps and take a peek.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest that we tie the rope around him so that if in any event we hear screaming, we are yanking him out. And he should possibly carry a shotgun. Not mine.
I got my Derringer. And he will pull out an absolutely diminutive pistol that looks like it could not put a dent
in that somewhere.
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd be carrying.
Oh.
It's not supposed to be, but that's where Derringers were made, so that you could just little itty bitty things. All right.
And I'll climb it.
Okay.
So did you bring rope with you?
It should be part of the camping equipment.
Oh, okay. Of course.
I think we also mentioned that we were going to get rope.
All right.
Yeah, if we needed to.
I would like to know how you were securing the rope on Jan.
Around his waist.
Around his waist?
I mean, if there's a drop, we don't want to just yank them. So maybe there's a harness system that we can wrap around so the weight isn't on just one part, because if there is a drop and he falls in, that's going to really hurt.
We'll just say that you secure him well enough.
Okay.
As well as we can. Let's say it like this.
All right.
Sure.
Also, if something happens down there and you end up in trouble, just give a couple quick tugs, because we might not be able to hear you.
You'll hear the shot. Maybe.
Now,
got a bad feeling about this.
I have a good one.
Now, my favorite question of the night. Are you going face first or foot first?
I will go face first.
Well, it's good, because if you go foot first and you can't see where you're going, you could drop off into nothing.
Pistol first.
So you lay on your belly and you scooch towards the hole. The smell is bad. The soil is fairly damp right where the top of the hole is. And you start to slide down into it as the last rays of sunlight are, peeking behind the horizon. So the whole thing is lit with kind of a reddish purple where you guys are standing. You descend about 10 feet lying on your belly. The smell is worse as you're kind of confined, and it's mixed with the smell of earth. You notice that right towards the end, you're definitely sort of squeezing your way between blocks. And you can see with your lantern that, so the hole goes down about 10 feet, and then it turns horizontal, goes about 3 or 4 feet, and then it breaks into a chamber. You can see that the ground is about 3 feet below you. So you can slide out and land on solid ground. The area is in bad shape. This is probably the basement of the tower. At one point in time, it was probably all rather solid blocks and rocks holding up the walls. But there are large areas where there's been cave-ins, where it's crashed in, and there's dirt and stuff. But right about where you are, it's relatively flat. You can see that there are large flagstones in the ground that have probably been there from the beginning. The roof is not very high, maybe only 6 feet, so it's right about here. And there are, like I said, lots of places that have sort of caved in. As a result, there are basically 3 tunnels that lead away from where you are. So you're in a fairly elliptical sort of room, and then there's a left, a right, and a center tunnel that are leading away. Do a listen roll.
I will spend 18 points to make that a success because I don't want to get eaten.
Is that a regular success?
That's a regular success.
As you're standing there, you get the definite impression that there is something down here. You hear kind of a rattling noise, like the sound of bones falling somewhere. And it really unnerves you. Do a sanity roll.
That's a pass.
It's a pass. I want you to do 1d4. Because your tension level is like right.
1.
All right. You hold it together really well. Are you relaying to the others what you're seeing?
Yes, sure.
So when he's shouting anything, we're just going to pull because we're expecting him.
He's only about 15 feet from you.
Okay,
so
okay.
He doesn't have to shout.
Okay.
What do you see?
I think there might be some sort of animal feasting on the fingers.
Okay, you better get out of there.
No, I don't think so. And I'm going to keep going.
Look, guys, I don't feel good about this. I think we should get him out of there.
I will keep going.
Okay.
Reginald?
You're
Arthur?
pretty sure that the length of the rope, will let you go as far as the entrance to each of these tunnels, but you would have to untie yourself to go any farther.
Listen, gentlemen, I'm gonna untie myself and
Let's discuss what we're gonna do. You've found quite a bit down there. Come back up here and let's talk about it.
Let's go get some more rope.
I don't know. I'm thinking like, is anybody else of a size that they could fit in here?
But the issue here, why don't you come up?
Bullseye, as you are there, from down the central tunnel, you hear a noise. It sounds kind of like, I don't know if you could hear that.
Like a clicking?
Like a clicking noise, like teeth clicking together.
I'm going to shine my light down the tunnel.
Can't see it, kind of turns. It's
All right.
down there.
I'm gonna untie myself and just peek around. Just take a little peek around.
The rope's
Do I
gone
feel
slack.
slack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going in after him.
Oh, good man. Thank you.
Oh my God, Charles.
I'm gonna light up a cigarette and sip out of my flask and I go, well,
I'm just going to take one of his cigarettes and start smoking as well.
My suit's already ruined. I'm going in.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? The suit is already.
Yep.
completely daft.
I'll grab him.
Okay.
Right. So,
I stay up.
Arthur, you're getting down on your hands and knees and getting ready to slide down this hole.
Yeah, I've got my shotgun as well.
Beosai, you are moving forward down the tunnel and you can hear something definitely sounds like something sort of getting up and moving in your direction with this strange clicking noise. And up ahead of you, around the corner, comes this face. Now, all of this happens in a moment. No time to react as you see this. This thing comes around the corner. It's walking on its hands and back feet, on its tiptoes. It's naked, kind of hairy and brown. And instead of a normal head, it has kind of an egg-shaped head with no eyes or ears and gigantic teeth that look like almost like human teeth, but exaggeratedly big. And it's clicking its teeth as it comes around the corner, and you can see it's got huge claws. It suddenly leaps right at you. Do a sanity roll.
Okay. Okay. That's a fail.
Okay. You naturally fall backwards, you leap backwards. You drop the lantern, which hits the ground. You yelp. Arthur, you're like, fuck, I ain't going down that hole now. Or maybe
I'm backing up.
Maybe
I'm
you do. Bazai, you suddenly find yourself rolling around on the ground with something. It's big and hairy. It's that thing that you saw. It's almost pitch black, except that you can sort of see the light coming down the tunnel. I mean, down the shaft that you came down. So you can see where that is. You feel the thing. It's not punching or clawing or tearing at you. It's slowly grabbing your hand and bringing it like this, and you suddenly feel something sliced down on your finger, your middle finger on your left hand. It hurts like fuck. And then the thing lets you go. You run scrambling back towards the hole. And maybe Arthur, you're looking down as Bozai's terrified face comes shooting back up the tunnel. Grab his hands and pull him up.
Gentlemen,
and he's squirting blood.
we need to roll a couple of barrels of dynamite down there and blow that tunnel network up.
Is whatever down there able to get out like right now?
Sure.
Yes. It looked basically like, if you imagine Charles, but with bigger teeth.
I think we
You're
need the
bleeding
car.
all over my suit.
What happened down there, man?
A creature with rather large teeth, no eyes, sort of like a naked mole rat. It bit my finger off.
Oh, we need to get this dressed.
But
Can
there's
I
no
still-
salesman down there?
Reginald,
I'll do first aid.
Reginald,
and,
keep your gun ready. We've got to lure it up.
We could smoke it out, suffocate it, whatever it is.
Extreme success on the first aid.
Okay, yeah,
Charles.
you staunch the bleeding.
Do I still feel the finger?
At the moment, you certainly feel an excruciating amount of pain where
But
it's
do I
tore your
feel
finger
like
off.
the phantom?
Not at the moment.
Finger? Okay.
Charles, we need to get the fuel out of the car.
Well, hold on. I like this smoking idea. Does our car have a spare tire?
Sure.
Ooh. Light the tire on fire, roll it
Light
down.
the tire on fire and roll
We'll
it
level
down.
our shotguns at the hole.
And we'll just have all of our firepower leveled at this hole.
Now, I'm not an animal expert, but usually animals have more than one exit to their warrens.
It might not.
The
But I
smoke
don't
would
want to face
definitely.
this thing. I wouldn't want to face this thing down in its lair.
It didn't actually look that big. I'm just a massive wuss.
It didn't look that big. you would guess that it was the same size as a regular human, except that it was kind of emaciated and shriveled.
It actually looked weaker than a human being. If you wanted to go down there, you could certainly get it.
With the adrenaline in your body when you were fighting with the thing, you weren't able to throw it off before it bit your finger.
Yeah, Baozai he's a lover, not a fighter.
Well, you could have tried that too, but I'm sure that the thing wouldn't have liked that much.
What do you guys think about this idea?
Death by Snoo.
All right. I do like the smoke them out idea because we can also have one person on watch just in case they come up out of the tunnel from another direction.
It's true. The creature was blind, so it cannot see.
Pardon?
It had no eyes.
It might have looked blind, but it attacked people that we know of straight away and very successfully.
Who has natural world?
Yep.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Roll it.
We need to do this community a service. Pass.
No.
Okay. From Bozai's description, it almost sounds like it was using echolocation when it was clicking its teeth. Like
So it could see outside of its hole.
Let's keep at least 2 people here guarding this exit, and let's have a couple more go together and look for possible other exits, and then we can move forward with smoking it out.
Or we could possibly go to town and round up some other men, say that there's something wild out here that we need to stop right now.
We go to town, this thing escapes.
We won't have eyes on it.
That's on you.
You did this to yourself.
And me.
What's going on?
It's still down there, and it's gnawing on my finger.
Yes, he can suddenly feel. He suddenly acts as if he stuck his hand in a beehive. And,
I think that the sooner, the better.
Yeah, I'll get the tire ready. We'll smoke it out.
Yep.
So I stand watch and look for a second exit, and I need.
You should
someone
have
to
a gun
accompany me.
just in case you know you can see that there's a second exit. Actually,
Okay.
I'm quite good with a shotgun, so I'll be on the lookout for a second exit. And then
Okay.
I'll fire
After
if it
then,
runs
we
up.
do it together.
And then someone else with your borrowed shotgun, Reginald, you'll aim it at
I'm a very good with shotgun.
Are you also
Right.
good with a pistol?
Yes, I am. But not a
I'm-
Derringer.
Oh, well, I'm better with a shotgun than a pistol. I don't know why I have a pistol.
Even though you got a
Derringer-
missing
Derringer-
finger.
a Derringer, you almost have to walk up to the person, stick the gun in their belly, and fire. All right. So you get the spare tire, and I don't know how easy it is to light a tire on fire.
We have lantern oil, so
You do have a lantern on. Okay. How are you going to get the tire down there?
I'm assuming
Is
we
the
just
tunnel
roll
large
it.
enough to just position the tire just so and then let it go? Just
I'm going to have you do a group luck roll to see if that's possible.
Oh, please, luck.
So this guy,
I have the lowest luck. I have
Alright.
40. I have 48.
all right.
My luck is 45.
Oh, that's lower than me, actually.
I got 42.
Oh,
all right. Yeah, you managed to kind of squeeze the tire, at least in a way that you can get it to go down there. You've lit it on fire and you've tossed it down there.
We let a little of the air out.
Smoke begins to bellow out of the hole.
Weapons at the ready, boys.
yeah, I'm on lookout.
Stand
with my
clear of the
shotgun.
look out and stand clear of the smoke. It's toxic.
Now, how long do you think a tire will burn?
Long time.
They
long
work for quite
time.
a long time.
Long time.
Yeah.
At least until it sucks out all the oxygen.
Well, there is a big hole. So.
Yeah, it'll go for a long time.
So you guys are sitting there. You guys are sitting there for an hour. Nothing's coming out the hole.
Does he feel like his fingers being still chewed?
Yes. And it's sudden, and it's literally I need you, Bullseye, to do another sanity roll because he's not kidding. It literally, you can almost, it's like you want to put your hand there and go, I can feel my finger, and he's biting right here, and he's sinking his nasty little teeth in. And
That is
gnawing on
a
the bone.
fail.
It's a fail. Do a 1d4.
That is a 4.
Okay, you take four points of damage. I would like everyone else to do sanity rolls because his reaction is just as scary to you. The thought of your
Failed.
fingers.
I've actually I've been rolling under my luck skill for sanity this entire time.
I've done that before. so
It's
not a big
okay.
My
I'll
sanity
just
is
keep it the same.
55.
I'll just say it's the same.
My sanity
I
is
failed.
55. I got 89. I failed.
deal. Okay.
Yeah, I failed as well.
So if the rest of you fail, take 2 points of sanity damage.
Okay. Jeez, Bowser. Keep it together, man, all right? God,
Damn it. If only I had 80 sanity.
you're freaking me out.
Eventually, the smell of the tire begins to die out. The light inside begins to die away. The toxic fumes seem to dissipate.
Charles, I think this thing has intelligence.
And it doesn't need to breathe, apparently.
It didn't even care. It was like a chicken wing the entire time. We got to go down there. I'm going to go down there. I can't live like this.
All right, hold on. All right, this didn't work. And we didn't notice maybe it scurried away somewhere else, like out
Charles,
some other
we
hole.
have 3 more tires.
It's you got 4 more tires. That was your
Yeah, this
spare.
is a spare.
Oh, yeah.
That was it was the spare on the rental car.
Did we see did we see any smoke exiting from another?
Nowhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, Bozai, you are now convinced that unless you get that finger back, you're going to lose your mind. You can understand totally where Clarence is, and that's
Listen.
only after a few days.
All right, we'll get you. Maybe there's another way to.
We might actually save Clarence if this is only getting worse, and we can.
I
take
need to
this
save my
thing out.
friend.
Yeah.
Guys, I got 9 more of these things. I'm going to go back in until
So
they're
you're
all
all
gone.
first?
Listen. If you go back in there, you can't beat it down there. We got to figure out a way to get it up here. Then
There's not time for planning.
If it's not
This thing-
breathing,
I'm
there's
going
no
crazy.
incentive.
This thing obviously wants us to go down there.
Yeah.
So we'll go down there. We've got our shotguns.
Arthur, are you going to go down with me?
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
I'll
Let's
also
save
join.
Clarence.
What's the point of what you're doing?
You go first, Arthur. I went first last time.
All
If
right,
you're
as
staying
long
up,
as you
do
hold the
really
light
need
up.
your-
I'll hold the light up.
if you're staying up, do you need your guns?
Do we have any bottles in the car, like glass bottles, or
I think a Molotov cocktail in a
that would be
tunnel
really good. That
is a bad idea.
I could definitely go for a cocktail right now.
Hey, listen, if you two want to wait at the inn, that's fine.
But this thing attacked you when it realized you were there, and it went after your finger. So if you could, all right, how about this? If you could get it to come after you again, and as soon as you start hearing it come after you, scurry back up out here.
From what I understood, what Jan said, it's faster than us.
No, not particularly. He was just scared.
But also, if you're closer to the exit, then you could beat it out here, and we'd be ready for it.
I don't think it's
Only
going to
one of you
follow
should go.
out of
Not
the den.
both.
Everybody, you can do an intelligence roll.
Pass.
Well,
Pass.
Failed.
I mean, you live in the day and age of big game hunting. You know that there's lions and tigers and elephants and things. With all of you on the ready, it's not likely that it can get the better hand.
The more of
Charles.
us that go down, the better.
You've got
Charles, I think we need to
Shotgun.
go down there.
But that's
Send Yan first. We lure that thing out.
What are you talking about? I went first last time.
here's
I'll-
the thing. The trouble
I'll
You
go
want that
first.
finger back, you're going after it, man.
I'll have my shotgun ready. You just need to have the light up so we can actually fire upon this thing.
I'll take the light.
This is a
and go
true
after you,
friend.
Arthur.
But the trouble with that is that this is a narrow passage, so it's really just going to be one-on-one down there.
No, doesn't the room open up?
it opens
Yeah,
up at the
that-
bottom of the hole.
But
Yeah.
there's a crossing. There's three
There's
ways.
3.
I will take one-on-one odds with a shotgun with this
And the
thing.
thing came from the middle one. So
So what you're saying is for all of us to go down there and essentially just have the guns at the ready and wait till it comes to get us?
We'll easily be able
We
to
have
dispatch
range
it.
over it. It has to get to us in order to bite us.
And it
I-
seems to be the only exit. It has to be down
This
there.
is quite exciting, I dare say.
I'm excited to get my finger back.
It could still be reattached at this time.
All right, then let's not wait. My suit's already
Let's
dirty.
go.
all
I'm
right.
going in.
I
Thank
take
you.
the
I'm
light.
going after.
1
All right.
second. I need to prepare before I go down.
Well,
I need to go to the bathroom.
oh, I see.
All right, take a couple minute break.
I'll take a break.
Yeah, this will definitely go a little longer. You guys have come up with some interesting things. It's gone quite differently than the previous ones.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm curious to know after
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
over.
definitely.
I mean, all the pieces are there, the same pieces, but you guys are going in a slightly different direction, which is fun. That makes the game great. God,
Yeah.
that would hurt.
Yeah, it would. Ugh.
Just have it snipped off.
Sound like breaking a carrot in half.
Friend of
I'm-
mine lost his finger to a wood to an axe.
Ooh,
Could be reattached, but it's very stiff now, so he can't really bend it.
my father was a woodworker, and he used a swing saw and sliced off the tip of his.
Oh, yeah. Those things are horrible.
And of course, my wood shop teacher was, everybody wear safety equipment. I'm not kidding. Like 5 missing fingers.
Yeah, I remember.
I gotta grab the 9-iron.
Exactly. I was thinking that we could light some golf balls on fire, and you could
Oh
Wait a
yeah.
minute, I can't get down there. what am I, 65 or what?
Yeah, unless you dig the thing larger,
What?
you have to stay above.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
65
We need
as
to
well.
lure it out. We have to lure it out. Have one person lure it. When it starts to come, just run back up, and we'll be ready for it. Because I can't go down there to help you, and I don't know who else can fit down there.
Yeah, I'm 65. I can't go down.
Oh, that changed.
I thought it was.
I was so happy that we had so many combat specialists who were below 50.
I'm not a combat specialist. I'm a guy who just has too much time on his hands.
I think Baozai is gonna have to go down there again because he's bad.
Sure,
You are-
go down there, but come back up when it's coming.
There might
Sure.
not
Oh,
be-
that's a good plan. Lure.
You
Just
are in
one.
farming country, so there is plenty of shovels, hoes,
Let's go get a hoe.
bat axes.
You should
All right,
give me.
let's
a shotgun.
expand.
The
this
hoes
tunnel.
are all back in Halhane. No.
And at least we can tell the innkeeper, hey, we're checking out tunnels that we found underneath the ruins, and then dig it
Okay.
And we can get some
and pick up more
alcohol to
firepower.
sterilize the wound.
Well, that's a good question then. If you tell him that you have found tunnels, he's very interested because, I mean, the whole thing has really evil legends about that. And if you want him to get together a few people, he can do
As
that
backup,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
But
More
for
the
now,
merrier.
it's getting mid evening, so it would take him a while to get people. But
Just anyone in the bar who has had enough drinks in them.
there's plenty of tools in the shed. So if you need some digging tools, and in this case, just scraping and digging out the tunnel a little bit more will allow a 65 to get
All
there.
right.
Charles, I say we go to town, we round up a posse, and we get rid of this finger eating thing once and for all.
Fair enough. I guess we could say that we just go to town, get tools, let the innkeeper know what we're doing, and return. Should we leave people here to keep eyes on this?
Yeah.
Like 2 people maybe?
I would say so. If we find volunteers, then that would be appropriate.
I'm just gonna go into a crowded area and say 10 bills for any able-bodied person who wants to join us.
I'm going to make sure John knows.
Monster hunt.
Yeah, and go down.
Then I'll go to the bar.
So we assemble however many folks is feasible and come back.
Okay, we'll say that you get 4 people.
And they're all armed.
They have various whatever. They have the shovels, they have the hose, and they know how to hit people with them.
Fire torches?
No,
nobody
not
has
for tunnels.
fire torches. Those are movies.
This
But
works.
they've got a couple of
Claymores? I mean, we're in Upper Scotland.
That's true.
What did you say?
Claymores. Two-handed swords.
Yeah, claymores.
Get a Zweihander.
All right. Well, we'll
Morning stars. Yeah.
start digging.
All right. So it takes you only about 15 minutes to widen the hole large enough to where you can slide down in there. None of the locals are willing to go down the hole because they're fucking terrified. But
What a bunch of wussets.
Charles is a little more invigorated now. He's sort of getting back into his old soldier mindset.
I'm going to try and intimidate them.
Oh, wow.
And I go down.
I'm going to intimidate them down that hole.
yeah,
We need some people up here.
they probably are. Yeah, not intimidatable.
Yeah, so when everyone's ready, Charles is going to sort of slide down there with his shotgun at the ready and position a lantern either just on the ground if he can't find some like tree root or something sticking out to like hang it from.
Are you trying to be quiet?
I don't really think it matters.
No.
That thing's sense of hearing is so good, right?
All right. So without going into all of the long, lengthy details, as it is, the 5 of you have gone down the hole. You've set up a couple lights. And like I say, this room is relatively like a big oval. It's not perfect. It's like I say, there's bits that have fallen down, places that look unstable. But for the most part, there are 3 tunnels, left, right, and center. And Bullseye will tell you the thing came from down the center tunnel.
Okay. Did it return the way it came?
Yes.
It seemed like that's where the fingers were stored.
Well, let's wait here a little bit and see if it can See if it returns to us in this larger area.
Are you quiet? Because as long as you stand there quietly, nothing seems to be happening. Also, the acrid smell of the tire, what's left of it, is
The longer we wait,
dissipating.
I think the finger will be lost.
Okay.
That's right. Do you still feel it being chewed on, Mr. Yan?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell which direction your finger is?
All right, I'm going to sound out. I'm
I
going
can tell it hurts.
to call
There's
out.
more fingers to triangulate.
I'm going to call out for it.
Okay. Well, as you imagine, this is a tight space, so your voice kind of fills the space. There's a moment of no sound, and then there is a faint clicking noise.
Can I identify which tunnel?
It's coming from the center tunnel.
All right.
Yeah,
Payback
I'm raising
time.
my shotgun.
I'm lighting.
Oh, you're holding up a light. Okay. So you hear this clicking noise, and then the sound of almost sounds like bones that are, like a pile of bones that are jangling. Then you hear a second clicking noise as well. And then a rustling noise and more clicking noises. And coming around the corner, at first you see the teeth, as it moves its head and starts to come around the corner. And then there are two more that come. And then there are three more. There are 6 of these things. And some of them are climbing the walls as they're moving, and they're moving their heads back and forth and clicking their teeth. And what do you do?
All right. How many lanterns do we have?
How many lanterns? So you brought 3 lanterns down. One you left there to sort of illuminate the room.
All right. I'm going to hand one to Reginald. And I'm going to just give an instruction. Listen, smash one per tunnel. It'll create flames there, and we need to back up out of here. We're outnumbered.
Do a spot hidden.
Fail.
007. Extreme.
That's
I passed.
That's
I
the
failed.
license to kill number. It's 007.
So they're all dead? Yay.
John, they're coming around the corner. They're starting to slowly orient themselves, moving in your direction. And that's when John notices that all of them are missing one of their fingers.
Usually,
They're trying to
that's-
get some replacements.
That's a sand check, I guess.
McDougal.
Well, yeah, you can do a sand check. I don't know. That's just something that you sort of see. What did you see, Charles?
Well, I don't know if I noticed this actually.
Well, if John maybe points it out.
Yeah, he's like, they are also missing fingers, digits, claws. I don't know.
There's
Bodies were missing from the graveyard. They might be the McDougals.
These are the goddamn McDougals. Look, I'm going to start one.
I'm going to start firing.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna start shooting.
As they're doing that, I'm going to start kind of like throwing the lanterns down the tunnels to smash.
Yeah, I'm throwing a lantern as well.
You're going to throw it down left and right.
Yeah, and then as soon as I can, once I have time, the third one too, so we can get out.
Okay.
Don't burn my finger.
Reginald and Charles, which direction are you throwing them, left or right?
All right, so I guess I'll take. So there's creatures coming from all 3 tunnels.
No, just the one in the center.
They're all coming
from
from that one.
They're all coming from the dead center.
Oh,
You
okay.
seem to have found the nest.
All right. Well, then I'm going to throw it in the center one, and then hopefully it creates sort of a at least temporary wall of flame. And then I'm going to tell all of us that get to open ground up top.
I'm going to see if I can actually try and hit one of them with the lamp.
Okay, you're also going to throw your lantern?
Yep.
Okay, so 2 lanterns. What are the rest of you going to do?
I am firing into the crowd with both barrels.
I'm also firing.
I'm trying to light the situation so that they see where
With the
they're
last
shooting.
lantern? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This becomes a nightmare scene, obviously. There's suddenly 2 explosions of kerosene lanterns. Reginald, do a, we'll call it a firearm roll, but you're actually throwing.
Please. 49. Firearm is, Jesus, 60. So, yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
So your lantern hits one of these things right in the face. Kerosene goes all over it. It's got hair on its body. The hair is ignited. The other lantern hits the ground and explodes and sends flames up. Arthur, do a firearms shotgun roll. Bazai, you can do the same thing.
I got an extreme.
Okay.
And that's both barrels.
Both barrels.
Unfortunately, I failed.
You miss. You're so startled by the scene.
Missing a finger.
Arthur, what damage do you do?
It should be 8d6, but since it was an extreme, it should just be 6 times 8.
48.
48 total.
48, you hit one of the things. You hit it in the face and the body, and it almost explodes when you do that. The other ones, the ones on fire, they hardly notice that they are in fact on fire, and they leap in your direction. John, what do you do?
Well, I have a lantern and a knife. So when they get close enough, I'm going to stab one of them.
Okay. I would like John especially to do a sanity roll. The rest of you can also do sanity rolls at this point.
I fail.
03.
John, roll a 1d8.
Pass.
A 2.
003.
Nice. Bazai?
I passed.
Okay. Wow. You all passed. I want you to all take 3, except for John, who seems to be holding it together, even though he failed. All right. These things are now going to attempt to attack you. I'm just going to go around the circle. So one of them leaps in the direction of Bazai. It's on fire and it misses. Reginald. The thing literally lands at your feet, right in front of you, with your gun sort of pointed right at it. You got a 99. Charles, one of the ones comes from behind the fire. It leaps up and grabs a hold of the ceiling as it runs along and drops down and lands partly on you. But I was right. They don't weigh very much. They're like a bag of bones. And Arthur, another one comes from behind the flames along the side wall and leaps at you. Looks like it's going to try to rip out your throat, except that it doesn't. it sort of wraps its arms around you and it begins moving towards your hand.
Can I support Arthur in any way? I haven't acted
Yeah.
yet.
If you want to do something.
I tried to stab it. I mean, it should be more or less immobile at the moment. It is an 18. That is a hit.
Sounds
It's
good.
fighting, right?
Yes. Brawl. Fighting brawl.
I'm going to spend 6 luck to make it a hard success.
Okay. How much damage do you do with the knife?
That is 1d4.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do I get any bonus for a hard success?
Do you have how's your strength? Do you have a damage bonus?
No, it's 60. Strength is 60. I don't have a bonus.
4.
So no. Okay. It's a 4.
Okay. So what you do is you bring that knife down right in the back of its skull. And it jams in pretty well. It doesn't seem to be very tough. And do a luck roll.
Okay. 35 is a success.
Okay. You are able to pull the knife back out. The thing doesn't seem to react in pain or anything like pain from what you did. And you obviously wounded it. There doesn't seem to be any kind of blood. All right, back around. Bullseye, what do you want to do?
So one of them attacked and missed me, right?
Right.
It's also, but that one was on fire.
Right. And it
Right.
doesn't seem to care that it's on fire and that its skin is actually sort of blackening in places.
I'm going to
attack.
get into point blank range with my tiny puny pistol and just try to dome it twice. I'm going to shoot it with both barrels.
Okay.
My amazing pistol skill. And the first one is, come on. It's an 01. Thank God.
Wow.
Oh my.
So you
Impale.
do full damage plus roll.
All right. 6 plus 1 roll.
Well, you roll for damage, but you also get full damage on top of that because it's point blank impaling.
Yeah. I rolled a 5 for my damage.
So 11.
So
If it's
11.
a D6.
11. Okay. You put a bullet right through the damn thing's head. The back of its skull or the side of its skull sort of blows out and the thing rolls to the ground. You don't know if it's going to lay there and kick, but what you're surprised to see is that it quickly sort of scrambles across the floor and it heads for the left-hand tunnel where it sort of disappears into the dark, moving quickly. And then you hear a splash from somewhere down that tunnel.
Did it look like pretty wounded?
Yeah, very seriously wounded. Reginald.
Shotgun directly at the head.
Okay.
$48. We are, yeah, that's a hard pass.
Okay. Let's see what I do. All right. You fire your shotgun. Oh, I completely forgot something, but I'll say it in a second. You fire your shotgun right at its head, and it dodges. Well, it moves out of the way unexpectedly, and you hit the ground instead. Let's pause for just a second so that Max can come back. What I forgot to say was the second you fire the firearm down there. Oh, Max is back. We stopped for a second. What I was going to say is the second you fired a firearm down there, you all are partially deaf because you're in a closed space and those guns make a hell of a lot of noise. So you guys all have tinnitus right now ringing in your ears. So despite your very good roll, I rolled a 2. So you missed the thing. Charles, your turn.
So you said there was one sort of partially on me?
Yes, it's trying to get to your hand. It's brawling with you.
Okay, so would I not be able to maneuver a shotgun to get it?
I'll allow that, sure. You guys have been prepared for this, so.
Okay, what are point blank rules in this?
Bonus die.
Yeah, bonus
Okay.
dice.
All right, I rolled an 18, which is, let's see, a hard success.
Okay.
Spend it. Spend it.
So is it one bonus die? Because it's 4d6 at under 10 yards.
Oh, no. Bonus die to the roll to hit.
Oh, I see.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Did you get better on the second roll?
Let's see. So
I mean, you hit it, so.
yeah. No, it wasn't a better roll.
Yeah.
All right.
If you spend to make it an extreme, you can up your damage
Can you do that on combat?
on your to hit. Yes.
Okay, then I'll do that because I only need to spend 6 points.
Yeah. So then you
Okay.
just do 24 damage because it's max.
Okay, I'll do that.
So you bring you're grappling with the thing and you bring your shotgun up into its chest and you fire. The thing, like its arm and part of its chest, blast off, and the thing falls back off of you. And despite the incredibly serious wound, it immediately starts crawling towards that left thing. You've got a lot of other things going on around you. John, your turn.
Arthur's still.
It's still on me.
I try to. Can I try to pull him out of it? Get
Sure.
myself in between.
Yeah, or just pull the thing off, grapple.
Can I do something else?
Well, that's what it's called, grapple.
okay.
unless you're using a weapon.
Fighting brawl. There
Right,
is no grapples.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's brawl.
Okay, yeah.
Grapple.
It's a 0-1, so double
Oh my
0-1.
God.
You wrap yourself around the thing and you yank
Oh
it
my
off just as it's about to snap down on Arthur's finger.
She breaks that.
And Arthur, now that the thing is off of you, you're standing there for a moment, completely safe. All of these things suddenly stop their attacks and scramble around you and past you and head towards the left, where you hear splashing.
Follow them, boys.
What?
Follow them.
I'm gonna pick up my shotgun and put 2 fresh new shells in.
You
Yeah.
you
I'm
start
gonna
to
reload
walk.
as well.
You start to walk towards that left. Is that what you're going to do? Go to the left.
Yeah.
You start to go to the left, and you can see that this particular tunnel is not very deep. It goes in maybe 20 feet, and there is a large stone well that is at the end of it. There doesn't seem to be any other place to go, and there is fresh water splashed on the sides of the well. You're pretty sure those things went down the well.
Maybe we should back out, get dynamite, throw it down the well.
Do I still feel the biting? I assume I don't feel the biting.
At the moment, you don't feel anything.
All right, so I don't know. The well must lead to like some vast network, though. I feel like
It's completely
like
submerged. There's no way
dynamiting
we can
it.
follow.
That's true, but I feel like dynamiting it would not be
We could
exactly
collapse
effective.
the tunnel on top of it. That might buy us some time.
Well, what we could do is, with the space down here, is if we can convince some of the townsfolk to come down here and help us, we could just plug the well.
That would not help the situation with my hand.
What's on the right tunnel?
Yeah. Let's go check out the rest.
Okay. You only have the one lantern. So you're crossing the elliptical room. You're heading over towards the tunnel going to the right. You can see that it's fairly straight and that it opens up into a very large sort of area. As you go down there, you see that there is a pile of something over towards the side on the ground. And as you get closer, you can see that it's a pile of small bones, finger bones. And there are currently a few not so old skeleton bones there. There are recently severed human fingers, including yours, and probably Clarence's, and they have been gnawed at.
Yeah.
It definitely looks like they have been gnawed at.
I say we just call it a day, get the fingers, put them in a safe spot.
Yeah,
No.
do you know which one's your finger?
We just have to keep pricking them with like a needle.
Is this the
until
right
he
fit?
reacts.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work that way, but
I mean,
as long as the thing, you're not going to be able to reattach it, but as long as the thing doesn't have it.
Yeah.
This went from being bad to being maybe a little bit of a positive.
So I say we just plug the well. We just get some stones
Plug
and
the
some
well,
mace, like
collect these
masonry,
fingers.
and just
So-
plug it.
You're
Yeah.
retrieving all of the fresh fingers.
I spot them apart, and then we can.
You kind of can count them, so you can guess for the prostitutes, for you, for everyone you're kind of accounted for. I would like
But not the salesman. Fuck the salesman.
you also to do a spot hidden.
Who?
All of you, because you guys are all very alert and looking around.
11. That's an extreme.
Fail.
No, made it.
I'll give it to the extreme. There's, as you're kind of leaving the right-hand tunnel, you're going back into the central room. Over by the central room where these things came from, there's something lying on the ground. Of course, there is also blood and gore from the ones that you shot. There's, there's not blood and gore. There's evidence that those things were damaged. There's an arm, there's things like that. But Reginald, you notice something in the middle. There's something that looks very much like a finger. When you go over to it and you look at it, if you pick it up, it looks like a human finger, but it's made out of rock, or it's been petrified. A human finger that has sat so long that it has literally become petrified. And on the end of it is a gold ring that is kind of, fused itself onto the finger, but it has the crest of the McDougalls on the ring. Your only guess is that this came from inside the one that got its chest blown open. And you suddenly hear shotgun going off outside, and then another shot, and then another bang, and yelling and screaming from outside the hole. Sounds like there's a freaking war going on all of a sudden out there.
I'm gonna rush up there.
Still.
Yeah, they got
Let's
out.
get up there. Pick up that thing.
Who's going
Fingers in my
first?
pocket.
I'll run up first.
Okay.
I'll carry the fingers in the back.
All right. Charles, you said you're going first?
Yeah.
All right. So once again, the hole is, like this, 60-degree up. Fortunately, you left the rope, so you can use the rope. You start to climb up the rope. You're about 6 feet up, 7 feet. You're almost out of the hole. You grab a hold of the top of the rope and you start hoisting yourself up. And just as you are hoisting yourself up, there is a man standing there. He looks like he's about 6 feet tall, with blonde hair, in a coat and a hat, and he's got a shovel in his hand, and he brings it down on the top of your head.
Oh. Can I dodge?
You can try, yeah.
All right. It's a 24 out of 30.
Okay. I got a 12 out of 60. So he hits you. Clunk. All of the rest of you hear the clunk noise. Charles starts sliding down the tunnel if you guys are waiting there. He's got a bit of blood. 4 points of damage. So you're bleeding.
If I still have a grip on the rope, actually,
I don't think you did. I think you probably
probably tumbled
went
down. If I reach a spot where I'm stopped tumbling, can I still see him?
Yeah. Okay, you can see him.
If I can, what I'm trying to do is, I'm assuming my gun tumbled down with me. If I can grab it, I'd like to take a shot at him before he runs off.
Okay. Go ahead and, as you're getting your gun ready, this is the way it would go. As you're getting your gun ready, he suddenly isn't there, but you hear the sound of a gun being cocked up above.
Okay, so I'm going to lay prone and have my gun trained there. And as soon as I see something there, I'm
Do you want to
firing.
give us notice because we are right behind you?
You're probably asking him what the hell just happened.
Yeah.
I got attacked by the salesman. He's up there.
Okay. The gun would be a good hint for us to get away and in cover. Okay. I mean, I'm holding the light so that you can see. If I'm not getting warned that he has a gun, I'm not going to duck.
Should we maybe try to pretend that we're the creatures?
Well, no. As soon as he pokes his head there, I got the jump on him. He's going to have to lean over, like I got the advantage right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna start.
blow his head off.
I'm gonna start clicking my teeth together as if I was one of the creatures. Just going like, ha ha ha.
You hear him cock that gun up there, and then you see him, you're looking up the tunnel. You see him step forward with the gun, pointing it down. He can't see as well because you're kind of down there in the dark. You think that he's getting ready to jump in and slide down the tunnel, probably to kill you all if he can. But you have the advantage in this case if you're going to shoot him.
Yeah, he's not that far away, right?
10 feet.
Yeah.
Blast him,
So
Charles.
I'm not going to wait for him to get down here with us. As soon as he silhouettes himself, against the sky, I'm just going to take a shot at him. All right. That is, let's see. That is an extreme hit.
Oh, I got an 88. So you see him look down and draw the gun up like this, and you shoot him right in the face. I don't think he could survive that. He flips backwards and lands.
All right. If that's the case, whenever it's my turn again, I'm going to scramble up to the top.
Okay. As you are scrambling up to the top, people from the town are running over. you can see that 3 of the men that were with you are dead on the ground. They were shot by this guy. The other one ran to town to get people. So Charles, you scramble back up the hole. You can see people from the town coming, and the other guy that was with you, he comes running. They've all got shotguns and everything else. He runs up to you and helps you up out of the hole. The rest of you going to get up and out of the hole, obviously. Yeah.
I'm gonna pat Charles on the back. Good
Yeah.
on
So
you.
you all get up and out of the hole. You've got the fingers. I would like to know, as in sort of an epilogue, what are you going to do now to fix this problem?
I'd like to know, Charles would like to know, what was the goal here? Why?
Well, I'll tell you that all afterwards. I just would like to
Okay.
know. You've still got those things down there in that well.
Yeah.
And this hole and this ruin. And
Yeah, so we should plug it with masonry. I'd like to get the townsfolk to help me with that. And then we're going to have to look into who this salesman guy is after we do that. And then we got to give burials to these people.
And we have to check the graveyard where those sticks are, if they are buried anywhere. What happened to the bodies? Yeah.
I would like to use my power and influence to cover up this situation, because so no one else can look into it and unleash whatever hell.
well, that's a question. Well, how are you going to do that? I mean, they're still there, right under the ground, and they've been there for hundreds of years. Somebody could, you think now that guy dug the hole.
Okay, we're gonna blow it all up.
Good idea.
I think the town is on your side on that one. They've seen all the people with the fingers. This monster shooting 3 of their people. They help you. They've got dynamite. They blow up stumps all the time.
Oh yeah.
So the townsfolk get together behind you, and you blow up the existing tunnels, and the whole thing comes collapsing in on itself, and hopefully it'll stay that way for the rest of eternity.
For the next
And we'll
round.
call that for now the end of the story.
That was awesome.
We saved
Because-
Clarence.
Because
I got my finger back.
that didn't kill them.
Yeah.
They're still down there, probably trapped in the well, but they're very much still alive. And if anybody ever encounters them, they'll still bite their fingers off. That's part of the curse. All right. So explanation. And I am sorry it took so long. McDougal, way back when the family fortune was dwindling, one of them made a deal with some sort of Cthulhian entity, probably Nyarlathotep, because it feels like that. They were digging the well. He suddenly found gold. They were wealthy beyond all their imagination. And then he started thinking, wait, we're like really good Roman Catholics. I made a horrible mistake making a deal with the devil. So he decided to get the priest to come and try to exorcise the demon. Well, since that doesn't really actually work, all it did was make the entity mad that they tried some stunt like that. So the entity in the middle of the night goes into their rooms and removes all of their fingers, or one each, and creates a kind of spell that will drive them all completely insane, to teach them a lesson. So there's 6 of them, and the 6 of them become these, well, the 6 of them die. Then once they died, Evan blew up the place. He brought in a whole bunch of black powder and blew up the place, because in between the time when he got back and the time that he left, he kind of figured out what was going on and figured the best thing to do would be to blow the whole thing up and just go to America. The entity, whatever it was, dug up the bodies. And what he did was he took the fingers, had a spell on them, and he fed them into the mouths of the cadavers. And the cadavers became these finger biter things, cursed for all eternity to live in the ruins and bite people's fingers off when they get nearby. And that's really all there was to them. Now, a few weeks ago, a month ago, Sean Bannerman was a traveling salesman, came up here, and he heard some of the legends that there was buried gold up there. If their whole family had become fabulously wealthy with gold, there must be something to the story. And he decided to dig himself a hole and see if he could find, there must be a basement or something down there. Fortunately, what he found was those things, and they bit off one of his fingers. And in the process, he pretty much lost his mind. He went crazy. And in his case, he became a thrall to these creatures. They would give him a little bit of gold, and he would bring them fingers. So he was catching the prostitutes, bringing them, the creatures were getting some fingers to eat, and then he was taking them back and then doing the same thing over and over again. But he was completely out of his mind. When he went down into the tunnel, that was a provocation. When you started shooting the things, they started sending out a psychic signal to him saying, get over here and kill these people. So he immediately left Halhane and came over here with a shotgun and started shooting up the neighborhood. And you fortunately dispatched him very well. What else? I think that's about it. The things were not really intelligent, sort of intelligent, but they were transformed by.
What was the old finger that we found?
Oh, of course. That was the finger that the entity had made them eat, and that the only way to destroy them was to destroy that finger. So you could burn them, you could shoot them, you could blow them up with dynamite, but the next day they would just reconstitute and come right back.
I was going to bite down on that finger.
But you wouldn't have been able to bite it.
It
was literally stone. But if you just smashed it, that would have killed that one. The spell would have been broken. Of course, there's no way for you to know that but by accident.
I was immediately thinking it was a cursed ring.
Yeah, it wasn't the ring. It was just the finger. So that's the end. That took quite a bit longer, than I originally intended. You took longer than anybody else has. But let me go ahead and finish it. Our players included Alex Sun, Scott Champeau, Dan DePaulis, Max Meltzer, and Jan Schlegel, with yours truly as the keeper of the secrets. We have a Discord server where you can chat with our other members. You can set up private games, and you can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We're currently producing 4 shows a week with music and sound effects added in post-production in order to create a richer listener experience. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. The costs involved with the show are provided almost entirely by our patrons. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 or $2 a month helps us a lot. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Tom Rayleigh, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck, good gaming.